most of you are all seated. The fire code in this building allows a maximum of 200 people in this auditorium, and for everyone's comfort and safety, we will be limiting the number of people allowed inside during that hearing. If you're unable to get a seat and would like to view the hearing, additional viewing areas have been set up in the rotunda, on the street level, and on the 4th floor at the public access room. The hearing is also broadcast live on Olelo Channel 53, streamed over the internet, and I understand the Fox, KHON, as well as I believe KITV is also live, covering this hearing live. In addition, although you may not see other members of the Senate, many are in their office and monitoring the hearing via their closed-circuit television system. We understand that you have prepared for a long day, and many of you may have food and drinks with you. We would ask that while you're in the auditorium that you refrain from the consumption of the food and drinks. However, that's simply a request. Another request, if you haven't done so by now, I would respectfully ask all of you to silence your cell phones. And I'll wait 30 seconds. Another request, respectfully, I would ask that all of you who are in attendance, if you would help us by refraining from making comments and noises, or cheering, or applauding, or whistling. That would help expedite and keep decorum in the hearing. As you can tell, signs or posters are not allowed in the auditorium or the Senate chamber. Procedurally, Senate staff will be queuing testifiers in advance of their time to testify here in the room and outside. I would ask that you please follow their instructions and let them know if you have any questions. If you are not present, I want to underscore this, if you are not present in the auditorium when your group is called to testify, you will miss that opportunity to do so. And you may not have an opportunity to present your testimony orally. We, of course, will accept it in writing. Your written testimony will be a permanent part of the record of this hearing. You have been given a color-coded piece of paper or card. In order to help expedite the process, I will call you by color. When you have, if you are of that color-coded paper, you would then go behind the rostrum and prepare to testify. You might consider introducing yourself if you feel that's important. you might just testify, and maybe a Senate member may ask you who you might be. The reason I say that is the clock begins to toll the moment you say good morning, hello, or what the first word. While we're on that subject, because of the volume of people who testified, I've asked the committee to allow the testimony to be limited to 1 minute. Okay, now listen to me. At 30 seconds, you'll hear a bell or a ring. At 1 minute, I'll ask you to wrap it up. Now, I fully appreciate, and you don't need to tell me, that the hearing notice is 2 minutes. And I'm not here to say that at 1 minute, the mic goes off. But out of respect for the number of people who have asked to testify, I would ask you respectfully if you would consider the 1 minute imposition that I am recommending. Okay? I will ask you to wrap it up at 1 minute, and hopefully you will comply. I definitely will stop it at 2 minutes. Okay? We have a number of government officials, so procedurally we will move this way. The first speaker will be the Governor of the State of Hawaii, Neil Abercrombie, followed by the Attorney General, David Louie, followed by the Director of Health, Loretta Fuddy, followed by the Director of Tax, who will be available, members, if you wish to call him to the rostrum, followed by Linda Schatz, who is speaking on behalf of her husband, United States Senator Brian Schatz, followed by Joanne Adams, who is speaking on behalf of U.S. Congressperson Hanabusa, followed by retired Justice of the Hawaii Supreme Court, Steve Levinson, followed by organizations. And we've taken the organizations in the order that we have received them, followed by Paul Grossbeck of the Life Foundation, Andrea Anderson of Planned Parenthood, Walter Yoshimitsu of the Hawaii Catholic Conference, Jackie Young on behalf of the American Civil Liberties Union, Janet Mason on behalf of the League of Women Voters, and Linda Krieger of the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission. This is the time that Group 1 should be preparing to testify, because you will follow after this group. And I will call you so that you can get up and move to the rostrum. If you're in Group 1 and you're presently seated, you should remain seated. If, however, you're in Group 1 and you're watching through a monitor in the rotunda, you should make your way down, because obviously when you make your way down, prior to entering the auditorium, there will be a surveillance to ensure that there's no metal, or the metal you're carrying is other than something that could hurt others. And then we'll proceed with Group 2, Group 3, and so on and so forth. I want to again underscore that because we have had 1,800 people indicate a desire to testify, even if you kept your testimony at 1 minute, that's 1,800 minutes divided by 60 gives you the hours, and divided by 24 gives you the days. And so that's the logic and basis of this request. We would ask that when you're done testifying, you either do one of two things. If you already have a seat here and wish to remain, that you retake your seat. If you are done and wish to proceed elsewhere, you find your way through the exit. Others who may wish to have a seat are waiting outside, and as the seats become available, the staff will will invite others waiting in line to sit in the auditorium. With that, those are my remarks. I will rely on Diamond Grace, who is seated to my left in the back, who's relying on Carol Taniguchi, who's the clerk of the Senate. Members, do you folks have any any questions regarding my remarks, or wish to make an opening statement on the rules as I've said? If not, I would proceed to call the meeting into session. Okay. The Committee on Judiciary and Labor will please come to order. We have one matter before us, that's Senate Bill 1 relating to equal rights. And the first who is invited to join us this morning is the Honorable Governor of the State of Hawaii, Neil Abercrombie. Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, aloha.
Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, I have submitted my bill. I've submitted my testimony on the bill. I'll just rely on that. I think the 1-minute rule is a good idea in this sense that this issue and its discussion has gone on for more than 2 decades. It's difficult for me to imagine that a whole lot that hasn't been said with regard to everything, so I'm quite content with that. Merely to my only addition is that from my point of view, and I think in our discussions with you and the chair and the committee members in the House as well, our whole focus has been on trying to accommodate the First Amendment here with respect to people's religious rights, and that's been done in good faith. And I commend you and the committee members and as chairs in both houses for being not only sensitive to that issue, but working through it to make sure that everybody's legal rights under the First Amendment with regard to their religious beliefs and faith has been honored and respected. I just want to finish then, Mr. Chairman, with the admonition I began with this morning. The Dalai Lama says, by maintaining sharp awareness of the function of religion as expressed in the actuality of all teachings, we can escape the ruinous error of sectarian discrimination and partisanship. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for you and your committee's diligent efforts in this regard.
Thank you, Governor. Members, do you have any questions for Governor Abercrombie? Thank you, Governor. The next to join us is the Honorable David Louie, the Attorney General of the State of Hawaii. Mr. Louie.
Aloha, Chair He, Vice Chair Shimabukuro, members, thank you for this opportunity to testify. There are moments in our lives, in the lives of nations and states, when history is made and things change for the better. This is one of those moments. I will not take much time. The Department of the Attorney General and I personally as the Attorney General stand in strong support of this bill. We believe that this is the right thing to do, this is the right time to do it, and the legislature has the right people to make this happen. It is time to take action to benefit those Hawaii couples who otherwise would not obtain benefits under the federal government for taxes, for Social Security, and for military benefits. The legislature has the unquestionable authority to take this action. At this time, there is no need for a constitutional amendment. I have sent a letter to Senator Ihara that is an official Attorney General opinion in this regard. And so I believe and I think unquestionably you have the authority to do this. We have a team of attorneys who have worked long and hard with Senator He on this matter to craft the language that would protect same-sex couples who want to get married and respect the rights of religious clergy and religious organizations so that their beliefs and their rights will not be trampled. We believe that this properly does so, and I thank you, Chair He, for the language that you have pushed forward. Further details are in our written testimony, and I stand ready to take questions at any time. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney General. Any questions, members, for the Attorney General? Senator Ihara.
Yes, sir.
My question is, are there any other rights that the state, any rights, responsibilities, benefits, protections that the state could give to same-sex couples in Hawaii? Is there any way to expand state rights and benefits to add to civil unions in order to make it?
I believe that trying to do something just with the civil union, if I understand your question correctly, you're asking me whether or not you could simply expand the rights of civil unions participants without doing a marriage equity bill. Is that your question, Senator? My answer to that is I believe no. I believe that that would be insufficient to provide the full rights and benefits of marriage to same-sex couples. Under the federal law, without marriage, same-sex couples will not be able to get the benefits of federal tax benefits, Social Security, and other military benefits. So I believe that this is a necessary step.
So what is the difference between marriage under this bill and civil unions that currently is the law?
The difference under Hawaii state law with respect to benefits is none, basically. But it is the fact that federal law provides for certain benefits to be obtained to persons when they are married. And therefore, the distinction of marriage is a very important one.
Any other questions, members, for the Attorney General? Senator Sloan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Attorney General.
Good morning.
On this issue of benefits and taxes, which we seem to have evolved now, is it not true that, in fact, the federal government, the Congress, could make changes to allow for benefit provisions?
Certainly, it is in the power of Congress to do almost anything. Unfortunately, at this point in time, Congress is largely dysfunctional as compared to our legislature, which is very functional.
Well, some might say that our legislature is dysfunctional too, but that was not the question. In fact, the federal government and the Congress do have the power to make these changes. Is that not correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And everybody is talking about 14 states plus the District of Columbia that have adopted same-sex marriage provisions. That means that 36 states, in fact, have not. Is that correct also?
I will defer, sir.
Okay. Well, I went to public schools and the University of Hawaii. And finally, the U.S. Supreme Court case, Groves versus Slaughter, which involved a Mississippi case, but it involved constitutional amendment by the people of the state. And the ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court was that the vote and the ruling by the people in any state constitutional issue should remain dominant unless and until there is another vote taken. Are you familiar with that case and that decision?
I am not familiar with that case, Senator. I would be happy to take a look at it and engage with you on that.
Fine. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions for the Attorney General, members? If not, thank you, Mr. Louie. The next speaker will be the Director of the Department of Health, the Honorable Loretta J. Fuddy.
Good morning, Chairman and committee members. The Department of Health's role in this is one of registering vital records and vital events, and part of that is the documentation of certificates of marriage and civil unions. The Department of Health has reviewed the legislation. We are ready and prepared to move forward if the bill is enacted. All we require would be a 2-week minimum period so that we can make changes to our computerized system and our application process. And secondly, we would request that the implementation date be on a Monday so that in case there are any glitches or if anyone would need assistance, that staff would be available to do that. So our main part in this is the implementation. The Department of Health stands ready to implement. Thank you.
Okay, members, any questions for the Department of Health? If not, the Director of Taxation is available. Members, is there anyone who wishes to ask the Director of Taxation any questions? Okay, Mr. Pablo or your representative, Senator Ihara has a question.
Good morning. Joshua Wish, Deputy Director, here for the Director who could not attend this morning. Yes, Senator?
Are you familiar with the IRS ruling, or I'm not sure what you call it, about a month ago that said that same-sex couples who are married in another state who, let's say, reside in Hawaii or in a non-same-sex marriage state would be afforded tax and other benefits?
Yes, Senator. My understanding is that the IRS had announced that same-sex couples that were married in a jurisdiction where marriage is legal would be afforded the same rights and duties for federal tax purposes as any other married couple.
Could you go over just is that so? What of all the federal rights? I understand there's and benefits and so forth. There's, I think, over 1,000. How many does that ruling cover?
Well, I would defer to our federal partners to go into the exact details of that, and that's actually one of the reasons that our submitted written testimony was relatively brief that we provided to the committee, is that most of the tax benefits that are implicated here are federal benefits. What it would mean is that as the status quo stands right now, is that married couples who are married in another jurisdiction but are living here would receive those benefits, but unless this bill passes, couples here would have to go somewhere else to get married and come back to then receive those benefits.
Okay. I'm trying to find out.
Basically, same-sex couples would receive the same federal benefits as any other married couple.
Thanks.
Any follow-up questions? Joshua, I want to clarify with you what you just said. If I understand you correctly,
right,
a couple residing in Hawaii who wishes to be married could go to the state of California and come back and reside in the state of Hawaii and be eligible, depending on their circumstance, for as many as 1,138 federal benefits?
Under the IRS decision, that's my understanding, is that they would receive the federal benefits.
Are you suggesting then that a same-gender couple who resides in Hawaii does not need to be married in Hawaii to live in Hawaii and receive depending on their circumstance, 1,138 benefits? And I don't want your understanding. If you don't know, the answer is I don't know, because your answer is very important to how this body proceeds with respect to same-gender marriage in Hawaii.
Because the answer is critical, if I can just clarify, and I will get back to you very quickly, Senator.
Is Mr. Louis here? Mr. Louis, I'll ask the question again, and if you need clarification, I'm happy to do it. I understood the previous speaker to say a same-gender couple could travel to a state that allows same-gender marriage, come back to Hawaii, reside in Hawaii, and enjoy, depending on their circumstance, as much as up to 1,138 federal benefits. Is that, in fact, an accurate depiction of the situation?
I think that would be true for people who are outside of Hawaii who get married, and they are allowed to be married as a same-sex couple, same-gender couple, in their state where they are married. They can do that. They can be legally married under the laws of their state, and then they can reside wherever they want to reside and still be married legally under the laws of their state. I think your question was, Senator, is whether or not Hawaii couples would need to do that. And so if I take your question, the way I understand it, is without this bill, there would be some Hawaii couples that could go to California, say, or one of these other states, get married there, be legally married under that state, assuming that that state allows that. And I haven't looked at every single state, but I think some states do that. that they would allow marriage there. And then they would be married under the laws of that state. The reason we would enact this bill here in Hawaii is so that Hawaii residents who are of the same gender and wish to be married do not have to go to another state in order to get married. They could get married here and then receive those benefits.
Oh, man. This is new recess. This is new information.
Follow up.
And the answer is yes. And just to further clarify, if I understood your question is will Hawaii residents who want to go and get married, if this bill does not pass or if this bill is somehow not become the law, will Hawaii residents be able to go to other states and get married and get benefits? And the answer is yes, they will. But then you will be, the legislature will be making Hawaii residents have to travel to another state and have to get married in another state in order to do that.
Let me ask the question this way. Well, let me ask other members if they wish to ask any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
You want to follow up? Senator Sloan?
Mr. Chairman, I think your question was clear. The answer was not clear. But I think the answer is yes, that Hawaii couples, the only thing you're arguing is that they'd have to go to California. My understanding is people go to California very frequently. So if that is the law, that is the answer. Mr. Chairman, I think we should adjourn the meeting and adjourn the session.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? Senator Ihara?
Could I get, of the 1,000+ rights and benefits, federal laws, that would apply to Hawaii couples who travel to Washington State or California or another state and get married and came back? I understand, like, Social Security does not apply, or that's still not a resolved issue. But there are some of those rights and benefits that may not apply based on residency or domicile. So if I can identify later on those, and maybe the congressional delegation can help identify those that even if, if the legislature opted to say, well, why don't you travel instead of getting married here? And if the legislature were to do that and, force same-sex couples to travel, when they came back, what rights and benefits would they not have compared to a California couple who resides in California and are married in California? So that's one question. But
let me try and answer that question as best I can, Senator. And first off, it is my understanding that with respect to the rights and benefits, the Medicaid benefits are federal benefits, and I'm not sure exactly how many there are of those, but Medicaid benefits deal with domiciliary status and where you actually reside. And so there is a question as to whether or not those would be available to same-sex couples. Those are the only benefits that come to mind right now that would be a problem. We would be happy to, and I'm sure my staff is taking notes right now so that we can get a more accurate and more complete answer for you on that question.
Mr. Attorney General, you're familiar with United States v. Windsor?
I am, sir.
Okay. In looking at the decision of the United States Supreme Court, is it your opinion that a same-gender couple residing in Hawaii flew to California to be married and came back to Hawaii to resume their residence in Hawaii, that the rights granted under the Windsor case would apply to the same-gender married couple living in Hawaii but married in California?
I believe that would be the case with respect to the federal rights that the Windsor case allowed to federal to people, say, married in California. They would not be married in Hawaii, but they would be married in California. And as persons married in California, they would then have the benefit of those rights.
In Hawaii.
They would have, I mean, their status as living in Hawaii would be somewhat irrelevant. They would just be able to have those rights.
Then let me ask the question that people are thinking. Other than for the convenience of traveling to another state, why should the legislature pass this bill?
From my perspective, Senator, it allows people to get married in the state where they live. It does not force them to go outside of the state, and it does not place, that is in fact a burden. It places a burden on citizens of the state of Hawaii that in order for them to be married and to obtain these federal benefits, they must travel. That is not an insubstantial burden. The cost of a mainland air ticket is a substantial amount of money, and that is something that would be forced upon them. So in my view, Senator, that is something that is significant, and that would be a reason for the legislature to pass this bill.
Okay. Senator Gabbard.
Mr. Liu, I have a point of clarification. So let me get this straight. How many benefits, state benefits, are granted to same-sex couples now if they're in a civil union? The same as heterosexual couples. Is it around 350, is that correct? Ballpark?
I'm not clear on the number, Senator Gabbard, but basically the same benefits that are accorded to heterosexual couples under marriage are accorded to same-sex couples under civil unions.
So in other words, along the same line of questioning, if a same-sex couple had a civil union, had all the benefits, the state benefits that heterosexual couples have here, they flew to one of the other 14 states and got married, they would get the federal benefits. They would have the state and federal benefits. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions?
And one for the AG. The Attorney General, there is a lawsuit, Jackson v. Abercrombie, that is, I believe, pending. And if the legislature were to pass same-gender marriage to allow that, I understand that would moot out that lawsuit. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, Senator. That lawsuit asks the question of the federal court as to whether or not the prohibition on marriage for same-sex couples in the state of Hawaii is unconstitutional under the federal Constitution.
Yeah, I understand in 1998, the constitutional amendment allowed the legislature to discriminate, the option to discriminate by saying, rather than having the equal protection clause trump everything else, by having the 1998 constitutional amendment, it says basically, but you can discriminate for marriage. But this lawsuit, I understand, is being brought under the federal constitutional equal protection clause. And so while we in our state can enshrine in our Constitution a right to discriminate for marriage, the federal Constitution, I understand, does not allow that currently. Is that correct?
That is the issue that is presented to the federal court. So just to amplify a little bit more, the original Bear versus Lewin case, which occurred in the 1990s, was brought saying that the prohibition against marriage for same-sex couples was unconstitutional under the equal protection provision of the Hawaii state constitution. And the initial ruling by the Hawaii Supreme Court was that that was correct, that the provision that said marriage was between a man and a woman was discriminatory under the Hawaii state equal protection provision, and therefore therefore had to be struck down. The legislature then passed the constitutional amendment and the people of the state approved that constitutional amendment, specifically in this arena, allowing the legislature to make that determination and to discriminate against same-sex couples. By elevating it to a constitutional amendment, it made it of equal force and weight as the equal protection provision of the Hawaii State Constitution, and therefore, essentially, it was a standoff, and the statute could proceed. What is happening in the Jackson versus Abercrombie case is that the challenge to the marriage law in Hawaii is now being brought under the federal constitution, the equal protection provision. And so if this legislature chooses to pass this bill, that will essentially moot the Jackson versus Abercrombie case, and because then same-sex marriages will be allowed. If the legislature chooses not to pass the bill, then the court will go ahead and make the decision. And if the legislature wants to have the court make the decision for it instead, then that is certainly the right of the legislature. Many people would prefer to have the legislature make the decision as the elected representatives of the people of the state of Hawaii rather than having a court, a federal court, make this decision.
So if the legislature wanted to have the courts decide, how much would it cost the state to pursue that route if we were to lose in the United States Supreme Court?
The amounts of money, well, there are two sets of attorneys general, deputy attorneys general, who are working on this matter. There are also numerous other private attorneys working on this matter. As far as the cost to the state in terms of budgetary resources, I would estimate that it's probably somewhere, the actual cost of working on this matter as opposed to other matters is probably going to run somewhere in the $50,000 to $100,000 range in terms of time. But I would say that that's not necessarily hard dollars out of pocket, because the state budgetary process allocates money for our attorneys, and we have them work on various matters. They would just not be able to work on other matters instead.
And if the United States Supreme Court says that Hawaii, even in its constitution, cannot discriminate, and same-gender couples have the right of equal protection in spite of the Constitution, what would that cost us?
I'm sorry. Your question was if the federal government says that it is illegal for the marriage statute to go forward?
Right, if we lose the lawsuit.
Yes, if we lose the lawsuit, what happens is that most likely there will be a claim for attorney's fees made by the prevailing party, and they would seek hundreds of thousands of dollars in attorney's fees that the state might have to pay.
Questions, members? Mr. Attorney General, let me get back to Windsor, the Windsor case. In its proceeding, can you discuss more further your view that a same-gender couple married in another state residing in Hawaii would be eligible for the federal benefits as well as the state benefits if that couple were also in a civil union in Hawaii? On a couple filing as taxpayers filing jointly, is there a bright line between the benefits to the couple filing jointly who are married in another state but residing in Hawaii, and the same couple also filing jointly residing in Hawaii as a couple that were solemnized by a civil union?
So let me make sure if I understand your question, Senator. You're asking me if there is a difference tax-wise with respect to the federal tax law as to a couple married in Hawaii, which is a same-gender couple, versus a couple which is a same-gender couple who has a civil union in Hawaii but is married in, say, California.
Yeah, let me try to do it a different way. Do we agree, you and I agree, that Windsor determined that there were two classes of citizens, a heterosexual couple married and a same-gender couple also married but unable to receive the federal benefits? Do we agree to that?
Yes.
Okay. So the question then is, since we agree, is a couple married in a different state, same-gender couple married in a different state, but also having previously been solemnized as a civil union couple in Hawaii, that upon being married in a different state, move back to their domicile in Waikiki, that filing jointly, there is no burden or bright lines to preclude that couple from federal benefits because of the situation of solemnization as a married couple in California and a civil union having solemnized as a civil union in Hawaii.
I believe that that is the case, Senator. That with respect to, let me just state it so that I'm very clear on what I'm saying, is that if a couple is a civil unions couple here in Hawaii, they can go to California and get married. The effect of the Windsor decision was to say that states can go ahead and essentially make the determination on their own as to who can be married and who cannot be married. In other words, the United States Supreme Court said that they struck down DOMA. DOMA was the Defense of Marriage Act that Congress passed that said Congress would define who could be married and who could not. And the United States Supreme Court struck that down and said that they were going to leave that decision to the states. So once that decision is made at the state level, for example, California in your hypothetical, if a Hawaii civil union couple went to California and got married, then they would be married under the laws of California. And for federal tax benefit purposes, they would be able to claim their federal tax benefits and other federal benefits because of their marriage in California. They would not, however, be married in Hawaii.
In the conclusion, Mr. Attorney General, I want to read a part that the basis of my question. It says, the court observed in particular that Section 3 burdened the same-sex couples by forcing, quote, them to follow a complicated procedure to file their federal and state taxes jointly, and that Section 3, quote, raised the cost of health care for families by taxing health benefits provided by employers to their workers' same-sex spouses. It goes on to say this. Second, the interpretation of the gender-specific terms in the code to exclude same-sex spouses would raise serious constitutional issues, which I think is self-evident. But it's that first part that the court concludes, and if I understand you correctly, I hear you saying that that is not true, that in fact that Section 3, which the court asserts raised the cost of health care for families by taxing health benefits provided by employers, for example, so long as the situation were to exist in Windsor. And I hear you saying, well, that would be cured if a couple were to be married in a state that presently allows same-gender marriage. That's what I hear you saying.
Well, what I was trying to say was that with respect to benefits that the federal government administers without respect to where you live, such as taxes, then there would be no effective difference. However, with respect to Medicaid benefits and with respect to family, my staff just noted that the Family and Medical Leave Act, which is called FMLA, also is based upon where you are domiciled. And so I believe that there would be some health consequences that would be discriminatory to same-sex couples who would not be able to claim those benefits under FMLA or under Medicaid when they're here in Hawaii. With respect to the taxes, and I apologize for any confusion I've caused, my understanding is that with respect to taxes, that would be applied regardless of where you are, because the taxes do not depend upon where you are domiciled or where you reside.
I just have one final comment, at least on this issue, and that is, I said earlier that the question that was not being asked was, why should a couple go, same-gender couple go to, and you, if I hear you correctly, you're responding from the taxes angle only.
And I apologize.
Okay, no, so that begs then the following comment, and that is, you would do the committee a great service by distinguishing other issues which would compel a same-gender couple to be married in Hawaii that they could not accrue by being married in a different state. Because if it's as simple as a plane ticket to California, and I don't mean that flippantly, don't misunderstand me, but if it is a matter of a ticket to California, the burden that has been placed on this legislature, to me, is ameliorated if it's as simple as your response to us with respect to taxes. If there are other issues which compel, say, the argument that couples of same gender should be married in Hawaii, we need to know that from you as the Attorney General of the state of Hawaii.
Yes, thank you, Senator, and thank you for the opportunity to clarify that. So that with respect to the issue of Medicaid and with respect to the Family and Medical Leave Act, those are two that come to mind immediately. I will immediately go back to my office and we'll pull together a memo, and if you would allow us to submit that as supplemental testimony, or if you want me to give it to you folks in a private memo, however that is, we will get that as soon as possible.
Yeah, at this point, my recommendation is you should send it to every member of the legislature. I can't speak for the House, but certainly every member of the Senate. You don't need it to route it through me. I think this is pretty clear, and the argument has been very compelling.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll get that a response out immediately,
Okay.
Senator. Thank you.
Okay, we have one question from the Vice Chair.
And I think one thing, if you could add to that memo, would be for couples where one spouse or maybe both is bedridden. You know, I just saw an article about a couple in Ohio, and one of the partners had ACS or ACL, and he was bedridden. And so they had to go to Maryland, and there's a waiting period. So the able-bodied partner was able to travel ahead of time to get the license, but then there was a 48-hour waiting period, and they had to have a fundraiser and raise over $12 to get a medical plane to fly the disabled partner there to sign. And so obviously that would be a huge barrier, and I think equal protection questions would be raised there that would make it impossible for a lot of couples to raise, you know, that kind of money to have to get married.
Yes, thank you. We'll look into that as well. Thank you.
Okay, members, any Senator Sloan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Attorney General, actually, I think you've made it more cloudy than clear. And some of us who have been saying all along that there are unintended consequences with this proposed legislation, I think that proves it. But in a moment of clarity and accuracy, you've said several times this morning that the Supreme Court struck down DOMA. Is it not more accurate to say that sections of DOMA were struck down, but not the law? Is that not correct?
Correct.
Thank you for that clarification. Secondly, you did point out that there were two options. The legislature could take action or the courts could take action, and you described that well, but you didn't give your arguments against letting the people decide and letting the people make the decision based on the Constitution. Could you do that now, briefly?
Certainly the people can always come forward, but the people have spoken and given the power to the legislature to make this amendment and to make this determination as to how marriage will be. We do not have an initiative process in the state of Hawaii. We have a constitutional amendment process, but we also have representative democracy, as you know, where the senators and the representatives are elected by the people. And are responsive and accountable to the people, and that is how our laws are made. So certainly, while a constitutional amendment can always be brought on anything, the legislature has the power to act and has the power under the previously delegated constitutional amendment that the people of the state of Hawaii voted upon.
As you point out quite correctly, and we are the only state in the union that has neither statewide initiative, referendum, recall, or term limits. So the public is really handcuffed. But the public voted overwhelmingly in 1998. They thought it was clear. Now they've learned that what they thought and what was described is being interpreted differently by others. So again, that is the last bastion that people in this state have to give their voices and their support to a constitutional amendment, and they in fact do have that right to do so, do they not?
If a constitutional amendment is proposed by the legislature and goes forward and put in front of the electorate, it can be voted upon like any other constitutional amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions, members?
One. Thank you. Can I just use this one? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm kind of confused now. And because you see, the bill that's before us is relating to equal rights. You know, equal rights goes beyond equity questions as far as I see it in my mind. So, you know, if you look at the bill that we're considering, you know, we talk about it like how we define civil unions, benefits, protections, responsibilities. This bill talks about parentage. It goes much more beyond than just equity questions, you know, which we've kind of been addressing. And I have to admit, I was pretty surprised because I was under the impression that, you know, our couples they're being denied these federal benefits. It was kind of news to me in this hearing that if you do get married in California and you move back to Hawaii, you know, you in fact can apply and be considered for these benefits. So for me, that's new information. But I'm just looking at the bill that we have before us. You know, it goes beyond what is being discussed, unless you see it differently. It goes beyond what we've just discussed. So would you care to make some comments on the other aspects that the bill addresses when we're now equating marriage to that of being an equal right?
Certainly, Senator. With respect to the title of the bill, it is my view that the title encompasses the subject matter of this bill. There is not a title problem with respect to this bill because the bill does promote equal rights for same-sex couples. And therefore it falls within the title. The clarifications that are being made to parentage, to various housekeeping matters, to clarifying the way reciprocal beneficiary relationships would work or civil unions would work with respect to a new marriage bill, those all fall within the same general heading of making things equal, and therefore I do not believe that there is any kind of a title problem or any kind of procedural impropriety.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions for the Attorney General? If not, thank you, Mr. Attorney General.
Thank you.
Yeah, because right now.
I forget who's next. Okay, we'll call now the wife of Senator Schatz, followed by Joanne Adams.
Chairman He and members of the Senate Committee on Judiciary and Labor, aloha. My name is Linda Schatz, and I'm here today to represent the Schatz family, Brian and I, in support of SB 1, recognizing marriage for same-sex couples. Although Brian, as a United States Senator, respects the jurisdiction of the state legislature, we decided as a family that we should be here today speaking on behalf of this measure. We support legislation that recognizes marriage for same-sex couples and applies provisions of law equally to all couples committing to a life partnership through marriage. I am honored to be the family spokesperson today because the action you are considering is a bright moment for our state, an affirmative unfolding of history. We must remove long-standing barriers and offer the same rights and responsibilities to all couples wishing to make a full and complete life together. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today, and I humbly ask for your support of this measure. Chairman He, I'd also like to present testimony from Brian and a petition that was signed by almost 5,000 people in support of marriage equality, and present this for the record.
Thank you, Mrs. Schatz. The clerk will take your petition. Members, any question for Mrs. Schatz? If not, then we'll call Joanne Adams. Justice Stevenson, you follow.
Thank you, Chair. Here I'm in a fiduciary capacity, so I will read what was given to me rather than summarize. Chair He, Vice Chair Shimabukuro, and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to present testimony in support of SB 1, Hawaii's same-sex marriage law. I'm speaking for Colleen Hanabusi here. When the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in U.S. versus Windsor last summer, it changed our nation's conversation about marriage equality in very profound ways. In granting federal benefits to same-sex couples who were legally married in states that allowed for those unions, the court's decision was a great victory for many couples, but not all. Today, same-sex couples in Hawaii do not have access to those federal rights afforded other couples across the country because our state does not recognize same-sex marriage. It is simply untenable that any Hawaii resident would be treated as a second-class citizen because our state refuses to acknowledge the legitimacy of their union. Now the remedy for that is in your hands. I would like to add, however, that I come to you today as more than an attorney and a legislator. I am proud part of the Hawaii community, and I count myself fortunate for having enjoyed the privileges of its openness and diversity. We as a state and a community can no longer call ourselves a place of aloha if we continue to tell these committed, loving couples that they do not deserve the right to celebrate their unions. Marriage equality is about more than rights. It is about respect and acceptance. Our state's history on the question of marriage equality has not been perfect, but we have the capacity to learn from our past. Like many Americans, including President Obama, my views have evolved. I have always believed in equal rights for our LGBT brothers and sisters and pushed for civil unions while serving as Hawaii's State Senate President. But I now appreciate that nothing less than full marriage equality is enough. Progress grows from those who are willing to stand up and speak for themselves and others. Beginning today, the Hawaii State Legislature has an opportunity to rise to the situation, demonstrate your respect for the rights of all our citizens, acknowledge the power of diversity in our community, and offer full marriage equality in Hawaii. I encourage you to vote in support of SB 1. All citizens of Hawaii deserve the freedom to marry the ones they love. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Adams? Thank you, Ms. Adams. Retired Justice of the Hawaii Supreme Court, Stephen Levinson, followed by Life Foundation, Planned Parenthood, Hawaii Catholic Conference. Justice, good morning.
Good morning, Chair He, and good morning, members of the committee. I've submitted written testimony. I'm not going to read it. I would like to touch on a matter that the committee's been discussing at some length. I hope it furthers the conversation a little bit. The Windsor decision basically said one thing. Addressing Section 3 of the Defense of Marriage Act, which is the section that contained a definition of marriage for federal purposes that limited access or limited that status to a man and a woman by definition. That was what was challenged. And what the court held was that the section in purporting to empower the federal government to ignore married status as to same-sex couples who were married in states that recognize same-sex union, the Congress violated principles of due process as found in the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution. And so, in effect, what the Windsor Court held was that the United States could not refuse to recognize married status recognized by a given state that conferred that status on a same-sex couple. What that means for Hawaii is that at present, same-sex couples have access only to the status of civil union. That status in and of itself is insufficient to entitle partners to a civil union to the federal rights benefits and be subject to the duties and responsibilities of marriage. If a Hawaii couple accepted the burden of traveling to another state to marry, many of the federal rights and benefits afforded married couples would be available to them. As previous speakers have indicated, it would depend on whether the particular right or benefit afforded by the United States or federal law turned on the place of domicile of the couple or not. If the right or benefit turns on the place of domicile and Hawaii were the domicile of a same-sex couple and Hawaii did not recognize same-sex marriage, then that couple would not be entitled to that federal right or benefit. If the right or benefit did not depend upon that, then they would be entitled to it. But the fact remains that unless and until this legislature passes a marriage equality bill, same-sex couples will not be viewed as married in Hawaii by the state under any circumstances. Same-sex marriage, marriage equality is no longer a novel notion. Western Europe is effectively a marriage equality continent now. Geographically, North America is a marriage equality continent now. Geographically, South America is a marriage equality continent now. The whole thing began here, as we've remembered, in 1993 with the Bear v. Lewin decision. The Bear v. Lewin decision provoked the Defense of Marriage Act in the United States Congress. The Bear v. Lewin Decision Act prompted the 1998 amendment ratified by the electorate in Hawaii, giving the legislature a monopoly over entitlement or access to the status of marriage. That was the legislature's prerogative, that was the electorate's prerogative. Now, the legislature is exercising that prerogative through the marriage equality bill to join a growing number of states around the country and around the world, 4 continents and Oceania, in acknowledging, recognizing the importance of the approval and respect that only the institution of marriage can confer on a couple. I suggest that it's time now for Hawaii to join South Africa in that recognition. It's time for Hawaii to join Iowa in that recognition. This is the land of aloha, and this is our opportunity to live it. Unless the committee has any questions, I thank you for your time.
Questions, committee? Thank you. Thank you, Justice. Life Foundation, Planned Parenthood, Hawaii Catholic Conference. Is there someone from Life Foundation? Paul Grossbeck, Last call. Okay, Life Foundation goes to the very end of the line. Andrea Anderson, Planned Parenthood, followed by Hawaii Catholic Conference, followed by Jackie Young. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so very much, Chair He and members of the committee. My name is Andrea Anderson. I'm the CEO of Planned Parenthood of Hawaii, and I stand here on behalf of my entire agency, Planned Parenthood Federation, Board of Directors, staff, and the lesbian, gay, and bisexual transgender patients who come to us for care every day. We fully support that you pass Senate Bill 1. Planned Parenthood deeply cares about the health of individuals, families, and communities, and we know that when people are truly cared for, their lives, their families, and their communities are better and healthier. Marriage equality is care, and it will strengthen and enrich the lives of committed same-sex couples in Hawaii and provide stability for their families to everyone's benefit. Planned Parenthood of Hawaii was founded on principles of social justice. We support and respect the decisions of all people and families in Hawaii. We believe that individuals should be able to make their own choices about their health, their futures, their partners, and who they marry. Until our lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender patients and supporters enjoy the same rights as everyone else, we will continue to advocate for equal protection under the law. Providing Hawaii with marriage equality is the right, just, and compassionate thing to do. It is time for us to eliminate one more layer of discrimination for our ohana. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning.
Thank you. Any questions for Planned Parenthood? Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Yoshimitsu, followed by Jackie Young of ACLU, and Janet Mason of League of Women Voters, and Linda Krieger of the Civil Rights Commission.
Good morning, Chairman He. My name is Father Gary Secor. I'm testifying on behalf of Walter Yoshimitsu and the Hawaii Catholic Conference. Mahalo, Chairman He and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify. The Hawaii Catholic Conference, the public policy office of the Roman Catholic Church in the state of Hawaii, under the current leadership of Bishop Larry Silva, has for many years come before this legislature to express its profound opposition to the legal recognition of same-sex civil unions and marriages within our state. This conference's opposition to legal recognition of these forms of relationships is based not only on the religious teachings of the Catholic Church, but also out of the Church's concern for the potentially negative sociological impact such relationships may eventually have on society. The Catholic Church opposes the redefinition of marriage based on the clear understanding that the complementarity of man and woman is intrinsic to the meaning of marriage. The word marriage describes the exclusive and lifelong union of one man and one woman with the possibility, in many cases, of generating and nurturing children. Other unions exist, but they are not marriage. In marriage, a husband and wife make a public and reciprocal commitment, assuming duties to society, to themselves, and to their children. Society and the law reciprocate by bestowing on traditional marriage a privileged status that recognizes the essential role that families play in society. The family, based on marriage, is a natural institution that is prior to the state. As such, the reservation of marriage to the union of one man and one woman is a fact of nature, not a social prejudice. The Church is also concerned that its religious freedom and conscience rights, both individually and collectively, continue to be protected. We fail to see how this bill takes these concerns adequately into account. In recognition of the critical role marriage plays in the well-being of future generations and a stable society, the Church advocates for public policies that protect traditional marriage and promote the security of the family. Because of this, our diocese will continue to strongly advocate for the definition of marriage as a union of one man and one woman. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Jackie Young, followed by Janet Mason, Linda Krieger.
Dear Chair He and members of the committee, I am a board member of the ACLU, and we stand by the testimony submitted by ACLU. But with your permission, I'd like to present my personal views on this.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Some people have been saying, let the people decide. The people did decide 15 years ago. In 1998, I led the Protect Our Constitution campaign. We lost. The people decided to let the legislature define our marriage laws. I want to give you a little bit of an insight in this. I am of the silent generation, and I think we have cultural amnesia. I am a generation that witnessed Pearl Harbor being attacked. Next year, I'll be 80 years old. I'm of the generation that saw Japanese Americans in Hawaii sent away to internment camps. I'm of the generation where traditional marriages were rarely interracial. In 1994, I began to find my voice. I told my parents I wanted to marry my University of Hawaii classmate. My parents cried. Harry was not Korean. In fact, he wasn't even Asian. Worse yet, he was mixed. He was Hawaiian, Chinese, Portuguese, German, and English. I married him anyway. In 1962, the Army sent us to Augusta, Georgia. We were stopped at the Georgia state line, but the police considered us Hawaiians. We weren't black or white. But that day we went to a washerama and we took our clothes there. And I said, we can't go in because there's a sign that says whites only. I said, we have colored clothes. My husband laughed. I said, this is not the way it is in Hawaii. We had discrimination, but we didn't have signs that said things like that. I was stunned. And then in 1977, when I came back to Hawaii after many years as a military family, I worked for Easter Seals. I went into Waimana Home. We had to take children who were chained and naked in Waimana Home and bring them out into the community. I found my voice then. I also found my voice in the women's movement because I saw how women were discriminated against. And then in 1990 and 94, I served in the House of Representatives. I was a vice speaker at that time. And in 1994, we had discussions just like this before the legislature in Mabel Smythe Auditorium because the Capitol was closed because of changes in asbestos that they were going on here. I found my voice in marriage equality then because we had a bill that came up before the legislature. I had a friend, Allison Adams, who was dying of breast cancer in Queens Hospital. She and her partner kept saying the legislation we were crafting was not fair. On top of that, Nania Bear lived in my district in Lanakai. She was one of my constituents. So I found my voice then, and I voted for fairness, equality. I voted against the leadership of the House at that time. So I tell you, I found that love has no boundaries. I think it's time for us in Hawaii to embrace marriage equality in our love and aloha for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Any questions for Jackie? Thank you, Jackie. Janet Mason and Linda Krieger, and then Group 1, you're asked, if you're not in the auditorium, to find your way to the doors of the auditorium.
Thank you, Chair Heath. Good morning, Vice Chair Shimabukuro and members of the committee. The League of Women Voters, a nonpartisan organization with members throughout Hawaii, strongly supports this bill. There are ample legal precedents for same-sex marriage. We refer to some of these in our written testimony. We were delighted to see that the title of the bill was recently changed to be marriage equality instead of same-sex marriage, because this bill is about fundamental rights, equal rights. Our reading of the bill, we note that it is more than about the marriage of a man and a woman. And on this point, we strongly reject any notion that same-sex marriage places children in the family at higher risk than heterosexual marriages. We note that recent economic research has documented that Hawaii will benefit economically from marriage equality. Our basic position is that there is a difference between a religious marriage ceremony and a civil marriage. People understand this and they accept it. We hope that the legislature will now have the political will to reject misplaced religious arguments in favor of protecting the civil rights of gay couples. This bill does protect free choice of those who don't agree with the same-sex marriage, because religious practitioners will not have to marry people of the same sex. They have a choice. Likewise, owners of property that use the property exclusively for same-sex ceremonies will not have to, owners of the property who use it exclusively for religious ceremonies and they do not agree with same-sex marriage will not be forced to use the property for same-sex couples. Hawaii voters expect the legislature to pass this measure because Hawaii voters approved a constitutional amendment in 1998 giving you the power to do so, and we think the measure is consistent with the public's interest. We urge you to thoughtfully consider our reasoning and evidence and to enact marriage equality. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Questions for League of Women Voters members? Thank you, Janet. Linda Krieger, Hawaii Civil Rights Commission. Then there's 3 more organizations, and then we're going to go into the 1-minute time limit. Joshua Wish, Democratic Party, Bishop Matsumoto, Hongpa Honwanji, and J.C. Mukilenik, Hawaii United for Marriage. Bill?
Chair He, members of the committee, I'm Bill Hoshijo, the Executive Director of the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission. I am here to present the testimony of the Commission. You have our written testimony. The Hawaii Civil Rights Commission strongly supports the proposed marriage equality legislation offered in this bill. In the have raised concerns that if marriage equality is recognized, it will require enactment of broad statutory religious exemptions from our civil rights laws, including our Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 489, which prohibits discrimination in public accommodations. The HCRC supports the express statutory exemption for clergy who refuse to solemnize any marriage found in the proposed HRS 572E. The HCRC supports inclusion of a religious exemption for religious facilities that are used for religious activities if those religious facilities are not public accommodations. The HCRC opposes any exemption that diminishes protections against discrimination under our public accommodations law. Enactment of marriage equality legislation should not be a vehicle or excuse to weaken or diminish existing civil rights protections. For this reason, the HCRC does not support the proposed Section 572F exemption for religious facilities, which will allow discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and all other protected bases in places of public accommodations for the solemnization of marriage if, quote, not for a profit. However, if the Senate decides to keep the proposed HRS 572F exemption for religious organizations and facilities, the HCRC urges clarification of the exemption to address 2 concerns. First, there's no definition of religious organization, and secondly, there's no definition of for a profit. These concerns are discussed on pages 4 through 7 of our testimony. In conclusion, the state of Hawaii has a compelling interest in the elimination of discrimination in public accommodations. We strongly urge the legislature to refrain from establishing broad or numerous exemptions, creating a slippery slope that diminishes and weakens our commitment to strong civil rights protections. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Questions, members? Bill, can you, would you, based on your comments, submit to the committee a definition of religious organizations to the extent that 1, you might wish to, or 2, you have a recommendation for us to consider? Okay. Okay, thank you, Bill. If there are no further questions for Mr. Hoshijo, our last 3 organization representatives are Joshua Wish, followed by Bishop Matsumoto, Hongpa Honwanji, and J.C. Hawaii United for Marriage.
Good morning, Joshua Wish. I know I've appeared once before this morning in my capacity with the administration, so I would just note So everything's above board. I am taking vacation time right now to appear in my capacity as chair of the Oahu County Committee of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. Since I know you have a lot of people, in the interest of time, I will not reread the testimony that we submitted. We will largely stand on our written testimony strongly in support of the bill. I will simply note, as we did at the end of our testimony, that we want to simply thank you. Thank you for taking this issue up. Thank you for providing hope to loving couples all across Hawaii that soon they too may be able to proudly proclaim their love through marriage rather than to be relegated to some less than status. And to thank you for having the courage and vision to making this possible.
Thank you, Mr. Wish. Any questions? Thank you. Then we'll proceed to Bishop Matsumoto and then JC. That will conclude the first part of the organizations for this morning. Bishop.
Good morning. My name is Eric Matsumoto, Bishop of the Hompa Honganji Mission of Hawaii, and I'd like to express my strong support for Senate Bill 1. The Hompa Honganji Mission of Hawaii is the largest Buddhist denomination in Hawaii with 33 temples throughout the state and nearly 125 years of existence here in Hawaii. And we have been sharing a message of all-inclusive wisdom and all-embracing compassion which aspires for the peace and happiness of all existence. The Hompa Honganji Mission of Hawaii is in support of marriage equality based on the principle of equality of all people. We believe that marriage equality is a basic civil right of any person. Further, in any relationship, what is most important are the commitment, respect, and trust that people bring to the relationship. The choice to marry the person that you love is a freedom that should not be denied to anyone. Gay and lesbian couples wish to marry for similar reasons as anyone else, to make a lifetime commitment. I believe that religious freedom is adequately protected by the bill. It is clear that no member of the clergy will be required to perform a wedding ceremony which he or she does not agree. On the other hand, the passage of the bill will provide clergy the opportunity to marry all individuals who are deeply committed to each other. It is clear that some religious denominations will perform marriages for same-gender couples, and some will not, just as some houses of worship perform interfaith marriages and some will not. This bill does not change this fact. This bill expands religious freedom and rights to more people in our nation through our state. I believe it is in the spirit of our great nation and our aloha state to welcome, embrace, and provide for all people. I know our ministers would welcome the opportunity to perform weddings for same-gender couples, as it also affirms our spiritual values. True compassion and aloha includes all. I humbly ask for your support for same-gender couples having the right to marry in Hawaii. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Any questions for Bishop? Bishop, what is your membership? You mentioned the number of Hongwanji you have. What is your membership?
Our membership is approximately 6,000 family households throughout the state of Hawaii.
6,000 households. Thank you. All right. The last organization to be represented is JC. Sorry, I butchered your name. I should know better, and I apologize to you, JC.
It's all right, Senator He. Thank you. Senator He, members of the committee, on behalf of Hawaii United for Marriage, a statewide organization of over 200 local businesses, over 13 labor unions, over 70 faith leaders, and thousands of supporters and advocates around the state, many of which are here in the audience today. We stand in very, very strong support of Senate Bill 1 and appreciate you finally working towards full equality for all of our families here in the state of Hawaii. Mahalo.
Thank you, JC. Any questions? Thank you. We'll now begin the part of the discussion testimony with individuals being represented. We will now begin the 1-minute timing. We'll start with George Lee, followed by Joel Fisher, followed by Valerie Smith, followed by Bradley, either Kane or Kane, and then followed by Willie Shum and John Kimmel, in that order. Reverend George Lee, you are first, followed by Professor Joel Fisher.
My name is George Lee. I'm retired Episcopal clergyman, and I want to thank Chairman He and members of his committee for letting me testify. I am writing in strong support of SB 1 relating to equal rights. I have lived and worked in Hawaii since 1966. I am now 86 years old and speak with maturity of a career in church ministry in the Episcopal Church and community organizing. I was one of the founders of the Key Project in Kahaluu, the Waikiki Community Center, and as pastor of St. Philip's Church in Waianae, I partnered with the Kamehameha Schools to provide the first Kamehameha School building for early childhood education in Waianae. I am married. I have 5 children and 7 grandchildren. 4 of the 5 children are in traditional marriage. 1 adult child is in civil union.
Reverend, we're going to ask you to wrap it up if you can, please.
We are a productive family with caring individuals. My main point is that I would suggest government should not be in the business of telling people who they can and cannot marry. The government should not be in the business of telling churches who they can marry or not marry. Finally, a group of churches should not be able to use the government to deny the rights of other churches and faith groups.
Thank you, Reverend.
That is my central message.
Thank you
for letting me testify.
Thank you. Professor Joel Fisher, you follow. Is Joel Fisher here? Okay, then we'll move on to Valerie Smith. Is Valerie Smith here? Okay. Valerie, if you could help us with the time limit, we would really appreciate it.
I'll try my best.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Dear esteemed members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify in support of SB 1. My name is Valerie Smith. I am legally married and verifiably pregnant. I'm a teacher and former co-chair of Equality Hawaii. So I recently asked my parents how they defined their marriage, and my father, with very little affect in his response, said, 43 years of unbridled joy. My mother shook her head and returned with her rapid-fire tsk, which is, if you've ever heard it, signifies either utter disgust or disbelief, and this is my impression of my mother. John, why are you so stupid? Okay. They continued to talk about compromise, of hardship and happiness, but mostly about all the times my dad's been a jerk. This is, of course, elicited by his sarcasm. They admitted not once did it occur to them to mention their genders or mention marriage was between a man and a woman. Their marriage has served as my own model, and the similarities have revealed themselves in so many lessons. Marriage is about sacrifice. It's about give and take. It's admitting your faults and holding your tongue at the right time. It's about patience, understanding, and support. And sometimes it's about finding your way back to each other and discovering ways to deepen and bring new meaning to your love. Starting a family is one of them. Opponents say they need more time. I do too, just a little bit more time. For 20 years, opportunities to discuss marriage in honest, genuine contexts have been taken over by a self-reinforcing definition that minimizes its own complexity and universality. The fear is the more you talk about marriage in realistic terms, the less exclusive it becomes, the more attainable it becomes to same-sex couples, and the more likely it will cause us to recognize our similarities rather than differences. This is counterproductive if your aim is to dehumanize and alienate. The reality is...
Please wrap it up.
I shall. Marriage equality has not invalidated marriage between one man or one woman, As a social institution, it also belongs to no single individual, group, or belief system. Okay? And,
Thank you.
And SB1 adequately protects religious freedom and ensures that in the public sphere and in this House of Justice, rather than worship,
Thank you, Ms.
the
Smith.
true purpose of this bill,
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
bill is marriage equality. I'm sorry. It just seems awkward to finish mid-sentence.
Thank you, Smith.
All
Ms.
right.
Smith.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me okay, listen, before we continue to proceed, I cannot enunciate more. The first bell you hear will be 30 seconds. The second bell is 1 minute. We have your written testimony. While you're sitting in line waiting to be next, you might be practicing. You might figure out what may not be as important as other aspects. The third bell you hear will be 2 minutes. And if you continue to go on, you're denying others who might otherwise have an opportunity to testify. I would ask you respectfully again to keep to 1 minute. The person next is Bradley Kane or Kane, followed by Willie Shum and John Kimmel.
Good morning, committee chair and committee members. My name is Bradley Kane, and I would like to marry my partner, Eric. 6 years ago, I decided to start my family. I was a single man at the time, and I had the unexpected opportunity to adopt my son, Aiden. I brought my son back to Hawaii when he was just 2 weeks old, and since then have dedicated my life to him. A few months of just Aiden and myself, I decided to finally go on a first date with someone after communicating with him for the previous 6 months. I brought my son on the date. This person needed to know what he was getting himself into if he wanted to date me. On this first date, we went to a restaurant and it really was love at first sight. We had wonderful conversation and connected with each other. Our relationship continued to grow and we continued to learn from each other. When our son started talking, Aiden called me Daddy and my partner was Baba. Our son started speaking Mandarin and English from the beginning. We enrolled him in preschool. We enrolled him in kindergarten at Hahaione Elementary School in Hawaii Kai, where we live, and he is now in the first grade. Exactly 3 years after our first date, I proposed to Eric on the top of Tantalus, and we had a romantic 5-course meal prepared and served by great friends. Why am I sharing this with you? Some parts of my story may resonate with you. While the experiences may not be the same, I'm sure we have shared the same emotions. In 2010, marriage was moving closer and closer to reality. I proposed to my partner with the hopes that we might be able to legally be married one day. Civil unions came along and we were happy to see the movement, but we knew in our hearts that this was just not the same thing. Marriage for my partner and I would mean extra stability for our family, more resources to provide a good life for our son and our future children, and knowing that our relationship will be treated the same as any other married couple throughout the country. This isn't about gender. It shouldn't be about orientation. It's about two adults having the freedom to choose to be together and have that togetherness, that union, our marriage, accepted in the eyes of the law, just as any other couple. I hope this is important to you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Willie Shum, followed by John Kimmel.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman
Good morning.
and committee members. I'm Willie Shum. I'm in strong support of the Relating to Equal Rights Bill, SB1. John, who will testify after me, and I have committed to each other for 26 years and became civil union partners in 2012. Although we're being protected under state laws through our civil union, the Supreme Court ruling on DOMA last June has now paved way for federal benefits which are not available to us unless we're legally married. And I note, after what I've heard, I must compel to say that Social Security benefits through my extensive research do not apply to surviving spouse that married out of state. That's why we need to marry in this state. Please do the LGBT community a due diligence to go back and do extensive research in this regard because we're not protected right now. Given John's combat-related Parkinson's disease conditions, marriage has become a very time-sensitive issue for us. If you consider legal partnerships to be equal, then I have to ask you, would you trade your marriage for a domestic partnership? Try to put yourself in our shoes. Your vote is about all of us being equal. We urge you to vote yes on Relating Equal Rights Bill. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. John Kimmel.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman,
and committee
morning.
members. My name is John Kimmel, and I'm a strong supporter of Senate Bill number 1. I stand by the written testimony you have before you, but I would like to add to it. I'm a retired Army officer and a Vietnam veteran who served his country and spilled blood for his country. I spilled this blood so my fellow countrymen could afford to enjoy the rights and guarantees under our Constitution. I ask you, have I, as a gay man, been afforded those rights, including the right to marry the man I love, to include more than 1,000 or so federal benefits that come with marriage? The answer is no. Our Hawaii State Constitution presently denies me the right to marry. It stands, and as it stands, it deems me as an unequal, not a full citizen. You have the authority to right this grievous wrong. Don't be a part of the tyranny of the majority. Vote yes for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll begin now with Group 1. As soon as you begin, the time will toll. Please proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I am Lisa Inoue, concerned citizen against SB 1. I'm a resident, registered voter, and taxpayer in the state of Hawaii. I am Yonsei, fourth-generation Japanese-American, born and raised here in Hawaii. And like some of you, our families have lived here for several generations. By trade, I am not a politician. I tend to shy away from politically charged rallies and hearings such as these. So what would make me come here to testify? Two things. Number one, whether you realize it or not, you are not only government and political leaders for our state, but spiritual leaders as well. Number two, with that being said, I trust you. I trust that you, as my elected leaders, are upholding and adhering to righteousness in this land. I trust you that you yourselves are soul-searching, sensing the gravity of this decision, tossing and turning at night, seeking not after your own personal or group agendas, but really looking after what would be the best for all the people of Hawaii here and for future generations to come. Not some, but all of the people, even the silent ones like me who are coming out to voice their opinion.
Thank you.
I beseech you, please let the residents, the registered voters of Hawaii have a say.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senators.
Good morning.
My name is Carolyn Martinez-Galoyu, and I'm the president of P-Flag Oahu. For the last 18 years, I've been here pleading with you for the civil rights of my gay son and all my gay friends. 48 years ago, when I got married because he has beautiful blue eyes and he's a great kisser. If that's sacred, then by gosh, it's carried me for 48 years. If we're going to talk about the sanctity of marriage, we have to say, we parents with P-Flag never throw our children out. We don't disown them. We hug them, we care for them, and we love them. And we want this state of Hawaii to, for once, respect our children as first-class citizens, because by God, they certainly are. And I want to thank you for your time and effort. And if I sound a little passionate, by gosh, I am. I love that, son, and I love all you in the House whose parents have thrown you out, whose parents have ridiculed you. And need I go on? I write enough letters to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Please pass this bill quickly. I'm getting too old for this.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. My name is Russ Higa. I've been born and raised in Hawaii, Roosevelt High School, UH, Okinawan, Ginawan, all that. I believe in a God who fully loves with all of his heart every homosexual and heterosexual and every politician. And I believe God. That wasn't meant to be a joke. God loves us all, and God wants to bless you and the people in Hawaii. The issue is not whether God loves us. The issue is, crucial issue is, that no one seems to be talking about, is whether gays are born or made. And have you politicians taken the time to research the issue? Because that's the crucial issue, whether they're born or made. Very important. And I've done the research, and I've come to this conclusion. Being male or short or black are innate characteristics over which we have no control. No choice in the matter. We are born that way. Anyone who has taken high school biology understands that our nature, innate traits are determined by our genetic makeup. There are traits to be, the only way for traits to be innate, to be able to be passed from generation to the next, is that they have a genetic basis.
Please wrap it up.
Okay, 30 seconds. There is no gay gene. Check it out. Google it. Read the genetics textbooks. No one is born gay, bisexual, or transgender. That is a false assumption. Gays are not made. They are born. I ask you politicians to do the research and make a wise decision. I do not believe it is a civil right.
Thank you.
Praise the Lord. The smoke of uncertainty is still lingering after our AG's testimony of flip-flopping. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the rest of the committee for asking those pertinent questions. I am here in opposition in accordance with the Word of God. The Word of God says that homosexuality is an abomination and that those who practice such or also support such self-chosen deviant acts is polluting their own bodies, Luke 6, with a continued lust for more, Ephesians 4:19. And unfortunately, they've given themselves over to Satan, and I know from personal experience, I did the same thing. But by the grace of God, I've been saved by His grace. I also have a reverent fear for God Almighty, who can throw my soul and body into hell. And Jesus spoke more about the repercussions of hell than anybody else in the Bible. Go and read it. Go and read it. You will see that that is the fate for anybody who follows the lies of Satan, who is here to kill, steal, and destroy. Homosexuality, lying, adulterer, whatever. It's all sin. So I appeal to you to please let the people vote on this again. I am a lifelong resident of this state, taxpayer. I'm not a recent transplant or some outside agitator who's trying to stockpile things.
Thank you.
Please listen to the will of the people here. Thank you, and repent, for the kingdom of heaven
Thank
is
you.
here.
Good morning.
Hi, I've been testifying here since the 90s. The person I met here was Martin Rice. Martin held my hand. He supported me. He helped me through these very difficult hearings because I hear lots of hate and horrible things being said about my baby brother. I'm here in support of SB 1 because everyone deserves their civil rights. Marriage is a civil right. This is not about whose God you belong to or what church you belong to. This is about government and government representing the people. If our government represents the people and represents everyone, equal marriage rights will be given to everyone in our state. Please, please look at the law, look at how our Constitution was written, and follow the Constitution. That is the document that holds our state together. That is the document I want you to follow when you make your decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
If we don't change, we don't grow. If we don't grow, we really aren't living. Gail Sheehy. I ask you to support SB 1 because we need to grow, we need to live aloha for our people. There are more LGBT people than you know are here who support this bill. There are straight allies who support this bill, but I already mentioned all that in my written testimony. So let me just get to the fact. I am wearing red today to show support for people who were killed, who shed their blood just because of their sexual orientation or gender identity, such as Matthew Shepard and Harvey Milk. I ask you to be a proper legislature and pass bills to end discrimination as our Constitution requests. Remember, our Constitution of the United States also recommends and demands separation of church and state. So I leave you today to ponder on these words. Ua mau ke ea o ka aina I ka pono. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Good morning.
My name is Michael Gifford. I have felt the sting of discrimination. Imagine being forced to be apart from your fiance for years. I'm in a same-sex relationship with a non-U.S. citizen, so I have had to be apart for more than 4 years now, while the courts have finally offered some remedy. We want to have equal rights in my state of Hawaii, and separate is not equal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Reverend Helen Leona Brock, and I would just like to ask my Heavenly Father to help me because I don't know what to say. Father, we just thank you and praise you for showing me what to say, and we just give you honor and glory in Jesus' precious name. First of all, I want to apologize to all you beautiful people. Jesus loves you and he died for you. He loves us all.
Please speak in the mic.
He loves us all. We all come from his heart, and he cares about us all. And he wants us all to be reconnected to him so that we can be with him forever. Understand this. We did not know how to deal with things that we did not know about ourselves, but we are learning. So please feel free to come to our churches because they are open to you, and we will love you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lord Jesus.
Thank you.
Mari Nakuragawa, Molokai. I am testifying opposition to SB 1. I live on the island of Molokai. The expense is here. To come here just for 1 minute, to me, is an abomination. After all, this is a democracy. Special session does not allow our voice in our community. None of our representatives made public hearings on this issue, whether for or against. I support let the people decide. I believe the church is attacked. One of our Bill of Rights in America says religion. Religion came first. Who is to say where our lines should be drawn? None said inside there our religion cannot be practiced out of the church, in the schools. None of that. And nobody is fighting about that. And I am setting a grievance right now. With that, the challenge here, I like to say to all the people, none of us can stand up to me and say they did not come from a union between a man and a woman. If you can stand up, sue me. Take me to court. Other than that, I like to say, I'm a Christian. We are not your enemy. Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, is our salvation. And he is your Savior also.
Thank you, Myron.
Aloha mai kako. I'm Colette Machado, and I'm here as an individual and not representing the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. I want to make that very clear. I have stood in line since 7 a.m., and I'm glad to be part of Group 1. But what was more intriguing was the dialogue of expert witnesses that came before you, and issues were raised regarding SB 1, which needed clarity. I am not a bigot, and I am not homophobic. I want to acknowledge that on the front end. I am filled with compassion and lots of aloha, because that is what my DNA is as a Native Hawaiian. I raised this issue on whether or not the fast tracking of SB 1 is pertinent, or whether or not it requires more vetting out into our rural communities. The layers of issues to be raised is not as simple as rights here, rights here. I feel we need to give the voice to our people. Take it to the community. A special session is inadequate. Again, I say to you, fight for justice, all of you that have been elected. Allow the voices of our communities statewide to be heard, because this is not cutting it, showing up here. And I thank Chairman He for organizing this, although we have been crunched, but it's orderly. Everybody gets their viewpoint across. And I want to thank the staff also. And those that are not on the committee that showed up, and you know who you are, Brickwood and Malama, for coming forward and to observing the testimony. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Pastor Cal Chinen. I am pastor of Moanalo Gardens Missionary Church. We minister to about 500 people weekly. And I want to thank you, Senator He and the Judiciary Committee for just doing a marvelous hearing in spite of the fact that we're only allowed a minute each. It's so orderly. You've done a great job. Thank you very much. I only come here. I've sent in my testimony. I stand on that. I'm in opposition of this. But I want to bless you this morning with wisdom, with all that you're going to be enduring for the next few hours, many hours. And I bless you with God's wisdom. Thank you so much for your aloha for the people of Hawaii. We pray that God Almighty is going to give you the wisdom from above, which is pure and full of peace. The maluhi of our Lord will fill your hearts and your spirits, and His wisdom will guide you through all this day, and for everyone here as well. I bless you in the name of Jesus Christ.
Thank you.
Amen.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Joy Chinen, and I'm a registered voter here in Hawaii. Thank you for this opportunity to be heard today. I oppose SB 1. In reading SB 1, I must say I do not understand all the language, but I am uncomfortable with and opposed to changing the Hawaii Revised Statutes as it is stated, because there's not enough time to be able to discuss this with the people that need to be in that discussion. Changing this language in this short period is not right. Bring to the table both sides and then come to the conclusion. Then submit it to the people to vote on it. I'm opposed to this bill because of the ramifications on education. I have heard what has happened in places that have enacted same-sex marriage, and I am not in favor of the type of curriculum that is being forced on the parents, teachers, and most of all, the keiki. This SB 1 does not address this. This bill cannot be put into law not without addressing the effects on education and protecting the rights of teachers, parents, and children. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Aloha. My name is Francis Oda. I'm senior pastor of New Life Church, Honolulu. I'm here to speak against the bill. I have presented testimony. I'm going to diverge from it slightly. My objection is to this rush to judgment, and I know you have a principled desire to do what is right and provide benefits, rights to same-sex couples, but I believe the language of the bill at the same time endangers the rights of others in the community, especially churches, and endangers our freedom of religion. I believe the language of the bill, for example, would open our church to be public accommodation. We never thought of it that way, but we reach out to the public. This morning we saw there are functional remedies to tax benefit for same-sex couples. They're not perfect, but is it worth the rush to endanger the rights of a large part of the rest of the community? I encourage you to take this up in the regular session, give it a thorough discussion on islands, consider its unintended consequences, do your due diligence on it, and amend the bill if appropriate. I believe that a considered decision will be respected by both sides, not agreed on by both sides, but respected. I believe that what you are doing right now, no matter what decision you come up with, will cause a deeper division in this community. So I ask you, for the sake of the community, please to continue this to the regular session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Francis, I have a question for you.
Yes.
You indicated that you believe you indicated that you believe Senate Bill 1 endangers the freedom of religion.
Yes.
Can you explain to us how Senate Bill 1 endangers the freedom to religion from this context? Because I had a hand in drafting the bill, so I want to explain to you the context upon which it was drafted. When the drafters engaged my counsel, we made it explicitly clear that the First Amendment freedoms, as it relates to religion, would not change one iota. That if this bill became law, what happened, the freedoms enjoyed by churches today would not change tomorrow. Your comment seems to indicate that if this bill were to become law, you would lose First Amendment rights enshrined in the United States Constitution. Could you amplify and be specific what rights would be compromised by the passage of this bill?
Yes. And this is not just my consideration, but I know you are very aware of what has happened in several other states and countries. For example, the way the bill is written, I think this last version is better than the first version that I saw. But there's a question, for example, for our facility.
No, that's excuse me. Let me be clear, and I don't mean to be rude, but I want to be clear. The facility section is Section 489, public accommodations, yes. And that is a separate issue from the First Amendment freedom of solemnization. That is a different section altogether. So I want to, and that's why I wanted to provide the context. And I don't mean to be argumentative, but I want to be clear, because if we're going to disagree, I want to be sure we agree to disagree.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Solemnizing a ceremony is not the only expression of freedom of religion. And as you well know, the First Amendment allows for that freedom, free expression of religion, and no constraints thereon. Well, the way there's a nexus between the bill creates this nexus, actually, between our facility and our freedom of religion as we see it, because we do charge, we have many free things that we invite the public to, but we charge for some things and we lease our facility from time to time. We could very well, depending on the judgment of others, fall into the public accommodations interpretation. If so, if, as you well know, a same-sex couple comes, not to ask me to solemnize their wedding, but to rent our facility for that, that would press against what we feel should be done in our facility. We believe that is an infringement of our freedom of religion and religious expression.
Is it your conclusion that the law, as it relates to public accommodations presently, would change to the detriment of the churches if SB 1 were to become law tomorrow, and if so, in what way?
No one can see the future, and I'm not an attorney, as you well know, but from what we have seen and through the counsel of others, we anticipate that there will be some cases brought up that will then be adjudicated. Now, you can say that, well, then the courts will make that decision, but that is a costly process for any church to endure, and it takes time, it takes focus. So why open the Pandora's box? Why not spend more time, make sure that people are comfortable on all sides, and decide as you will? That is my humble opinion.
Okay. Well, I just have one final question. Sure. Would you not concede that people could go to court today under the present public accommodations law, as you indicate they could go to court tomorrow?
They could. However, some jurisdictions have actually in their judgments, at least one, the judge based it on, among other things, the passage of a same-sex marriage bill.
I'm not. You could, if you provide that for me, that would be helpful. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Oda.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair He and members of the committee. My name is Jocelyn McMahon. I'm a local, born and raised resident of Hawaii. Raised my family in the state. I own a business and I serve as a pastor at New Life Church Honolulu also. I am opposed to this bill because it does not represent equality for all. The bill will deny my rights to uphold my cultural and traditional values in order to give a new set of rights to a special group. Never in the history of any state legislation across the nation has such a controversial issue to reverse the state constitution has been given to a small number of legislators. All I ask is that if the opposition is sure that the majority is on their side, that you just put this to the voters. Give it to the people of Hawaii to vote again. I ask that you consider this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Clayton
Thank
He
you.
and members of the committee. My name is Rosemary Yokota, and I thank you for allowing me to testify before you. I strongly oppose the SB1 bill. The reason is that it will affect all our families in Hawaii, our children and grandchildren. Many will be confused, especially in the schools when we have to teach them about same-sex. And we ask that you would just consider the no on your vote.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair. Honorable Chair Lee, members of the committee. I am a veteran. I am also a Native Hawaiian, and I come before you the first time, asking you to humbly listen to your people. I am from Cal, Big Island area. You need to put this vote to the people. They humbly need that and request that. I am opposed to SB1. But again, this session that's called special, what's so special if you can't bring it to the people? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Aloha kako, oiwa ko'ina. On behalf of my family and friends throughout the islands, I have come to address the concerns we have with SB1. With the constant changes to our culture, our Hawaiian society is being repeatedly diminished and diluted. We have examined the results and devastating effects this decision has had on different states and in other countries, but the most controversial was the effects in your education system. As the governor had pointed out, this discussion has gone on for 2 decades, and for 2 decades it has been rejected. Will we let others from the outside of our state rule and dictate to the people of Hawaii how we should lead and govern? We value and honor the decisions you make. We highly respect that which you agree to help benefit all that Hawaii is. Who among you will hear these lessons from the past and see the ruin that awaits you in the future? The history of our islands lie in the values and decisions that were made by our kings and queens. One of the last political requests by Princess Kaiulani made at a banquet was to ask that her people be able to vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair He and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Max Fowler, and I am opposed to this bill. I am a pastor at Kakako Christian Fellowship. As a strong believer in our democracy, I am very concerned by the way our government is handling this extremely important and sensitive issue. Our governor could address this in regular session in January, but has instead chosen to rush it and do it in special session, a blow to our democratic process in our state. The people of Hawaii don't have time to understand the ramifications of this bill upon our society. The rushed nature of this bill increases the likelihood that individual and religious freedoms will eventually be challenged in courts and Hawaii Civil Rights Commission. And I'm not just talking about pastors and churches, but also about adoption agencies, government workers, judges, as well as parents, students, and teachers in our educational system. Basically, many people have the perception that through the special session, the governor is ramming down this bill through the throats of Hawaii's people. Shouldn't a bill this important to Hawaii's future be vetted more thoroughly and given more time for Hawaii's citizens to have a say in their government? The obvious answer is yes. There is no reason why this legislation cannot wait until January. A remedy delayed is a remedy denied, and federal tax benefits are simply not wise enough reasons to rush this legislation that could lead to major unintended consequences we can't see or understand right now. With an issue this important, we should have more time for all of Hawaii's people to learn more and participate in the democratic process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carol, while we're waiting, are we still on Group 1 or have we transitioned to... Okay, so Group 2 should be getting ready then. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Carol. You're just on it. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair He and members of the committee. My name is Daryl Yamada. I'm the proud graduate of Punaho's West Campus, Waipahu High School. And I'm the pastor of Mililani Missionary Church, and I represent approximately 200 people in my congregation. I'm here to testify that I strongly oppose SB 1. And although I had a testimony to share, I stand by the testimony that I submitted. And I understand because of the constraints of the time, I only have a minute to speak. And that's unfortunately not enough time to share all that God has put on my heart. And therefore, I want to respectfully appeal to you not to let this bill proceed in this special session. A bill of this magnitude that has such far-reaching repercussions on our ohana needs much more time than a special session can afford if the rights of everyone are to be preserved. Once a decision is reached, we cannot turn back the clock and reverse this decision upon the discovery of some consequence we never thought of. Therefore, I urge you to reconsider your position regarding this bill because the religious freedom and the freedom of speech of our ohana and our keiki is at stake. I pray that God would grant you wisdom and grace, and I thank you for your service to the people of Hawaii. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good afternoon,
Good
Chair
afternoon.
He, members of the committee. My name is Hitomi Nakaoka, and I'm here today on behalf of myself and my family to voice my opposition of SB 1. I stand for my religious rights, and I ask that you would respect that as elected leaders. I'm just deeply concerned that this highly controversial issue is being presented here in this special session, and I feel that it would be, it should be given due process through the regular session where it can be properly discussed and heard, where more information can be known by the public. I ask that you hear my heart and just my concern for this bill that could change and affect our culture, our tradition, our customs that have been in place for thousands of years. I know that you all value family, and that and I pray that you know that how important your vote is, that will impact families of this state and the children and generations to come. So I humbly ask that you vote no to SB 1. Thank you for letting me testify this morning.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Michelle Okimura, and I was born and raised here in Hawaii, and I am strongly opposed to legalizing same-sex marriage in our state. As a pastor of Hope Chapel Life Spring, I represent approximately 50 people, and as a former public school teacher for many years, I'm gravely concerned at the negative impact this legislation will have on our state, our educational system, and our children. As legislators, you have all taken an oath to uphold the democracy and the democratic process. This bill is being fast-tracked in this special session without the true opportunity for amendments to be made, which clearly shuts out the public. This bill should be given due process during the regular session where it can be properly discussed, deliberated, and examined as all other bills. It is wrong that thousands of years of culture and traditions could be obliterated in just 5 days. I'm asking you to allow the people to decide on the issue of marriage, as I believe the legislature is going against the will of the people. I respectfully ask that you vote no on this bill and reintroduce it during the regular session, allowing the public to be heard. I humbly ask that you consider my voice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear Senators, Chair, thank you for this opportunity that we can voice ourselves. My name is Leona Lynn, and I'm a health care provider, and I am not homophobic or I have served families with children with special needs of lesbian as well as gay couples. And I stand to say that even though I respect them and I would dine with them or what have you, I cannot go against a supreme being, and that's when your question about religious rights. Now, there are religions that respect our higher being, but the law does not allow us to include that. So we have to abide by a system where we've thrown that out the window. So when some of us who believe that marriage is instituted by a higher supreme being, we can't bring that up because it's against the law. And so I come before you asking that you would reconsider SB 1 because the words are not clear in terms of preserving freedom of religion as well as freedom of speech. And I thank you for this time.
Thank you very much.
My name is James Yamada. I'm a pastor at Cedar Assembly of God, and I oppose the bill, but I love the LGBT group. Unintended consequences. There is a spearhead group called Gelsen with a strategy which will use the law to implement procedures within the educational system using the bureaucracy to squash the First Amendment rights of conservatives. Teachers will be forced to teach what they don't believe in. Children's religious rights will be squashed. The state will participate in the atheistic religious retraining of the LGBT group by teaching the children in our schools that the Bible is wrong. And the Gelsen strategy calls for retraining and indoctrination of these children in the elementary school. One disturbing aspect of the retraining is the exposure of sexual teachings which include anal and oral sex in cartoon forms. This retraining awakens the sexual desires of children at too early an age, which leads to sexual experimentation. And once that is awakened, then drugs, alcohol experimentation is soon to follow, and education goes down the tubes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha. My name is Margaret Peary, and I am strongly opposed to SB 1, which will infringe on our First Amendment rights based on the experience of other same-sex marriage states. While I can still exercise my First Amendment right to pray publicly, I shall use that right now. And I didn't expect this. It happened this morning. I was given divine guidance that this is what I was to say in testimony and to pray. And anyone who would like to join me, please do. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Hi, my name is Michelle, and there is only one truth, and the rest is all opinions. The truth is, if all couples were homosexual without intervention, without artificial intervention, humanity would not continue. So from a purely physical standpoint, marriage was never ordained to be between two people of the same sex. Besides the physical part of the relationship, it is the combination of the emotions and characteristics that a man and a woman bring to a relationship that makes a child well-rounded and complete. Each of you were elected to office to do the will of the people. The will of the lobbyist with the most amount of money is not what should dictate this. The way this new law is written is not the will of the people. It is the will of a small, vocal minority. If you vote for this law, you will be changing Hawaii forever, and there will be no going back. Let the people decide.
Thank you. Group 2, please proceed.
Good morning. Honored Senators, thank you for this opportunity. I come to you in opposition this morning of the same-sex marriage bill, and I do so with great respect for our gay and lesbian brothers and sisters. I'm opposed for more reasons than I have time to share this morning. Some have already represented those ideas, but one is that I was told by a representative that I met with that passing this bill would have no impact on our society or culture. Now, we can't know that. It's impossible to know that. And prudence would demand, I believe, that we should spend more time examining the repercussions before we proceed. The second thing is I believe it's a violation of the democratic process. As Senator Sloan has already stated, the people voted. Now, we're not lawyers. We assumed that when we voted for marriage between a man and a woman, that's what it was. We didn't realize there was a loophole that would allow the legislature to supersede that. So I hope that you'll consider allowing the people to determine this as they did at one point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yolanda Yamamoto, and I am a Christian. I love, honor, and serve God. I am a citizen of the United States of America, and I believe in our nation, one nation under God. We must come in unity and decide what is right and what is wrong. I believe in marriage should be between a man and a woman, and that's how it should be. We have been powerful for years because we honor God and His Word. Don't slip in your walk. Be strong and let the people vote on this matter. It's important to all the Christians and people around in America. People on the other islands cannot vote, cannot say a word. So you need to open this up so the people of Hawaii can vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Jacob Chung. I'm native Hawaiian. As you can see, I'm Hawaiian. I see plenty of people over here that's for this bill. Come on now. So anyway, I wanted to say I oppose this bill. I find it troubling that the voices of the people of Hawaii is not being heard. Instead, outsiders from the mainland are greatly influencing our governing officials. This is not about our local families. I want to stress that. It's not about our local families or the people of the state of Hawaii who choose to live this lifestyle. This is about an outside entity that is literally bullying. That's what it is, bullying. And they're forcing their way into our islands, into our lives, into our children through the influencing of our government, forcing us to accept same-sex marriage as normal. And because of this law, schools will be teaching that this is normal, it's going to be a normal lifestyle. And against everything, I believe, causing so much confusion. So, all I'm saying is, let the people decide. Hey, I'm Hawaiian. Come on now, let the Hawaiians vote. I mean, the people of Hawaii, they don't vote, but we got to vote. We got to stand up. And something of this magnitude shouldn't be decided by a few of you people out there. It should be decided by the people of Hawaii. Let the people vote. And don't keep tricking the people with all these games. You know how you guys making it difficult for us guys to understand. When I look at them, I cannot even understand what it means. So make it simple. Let the people vote. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Eileen McKee. Oh, actually, let me start with good afternoon and mahalo for the opportunity for letting me to testify in support of SB 1. My name is Eileen McKee. I'm a political science graduate from UH West Oahu, and I live on Maui. I came over here today specifically for this. You have my written testimony. I'm divulging from that. I am part of one of those couples that was married in New York and returned to Hawaii. I know this world. My marriage was first not recognized here when I returned, and later it was downgraded to a civil union in 2012. The federal benefits granted last month, I believe, are related to IRS issues. The first time I was actually happy with the IRS, actually. I believe they did that out of expediency purposes rather than deal with the patchwork of different states that's going on with different statuses. It's got to be a nightmare for them. So to address Senator Sloan, passing marriage equality will actually clear up the inconsistencies that we have right now, and that muddiness would go away. Last but not least, just as whites-only signs over drinking fountains from our past disgust us today, let's remember that separate is not equal. Hawaii can and should be another state of equality. Let's pass SB 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Deborah Cohn, and I'm here today from Maui in support of SB 1, and to let you know how this inequality is affecting my community. I had two friends, George and Wilbert, who were in their 80s. They were too sick to travel, and on June 26, when Doma fell, George asked Wilbert to marry him, and Wilbert said yes. This past August, Wilbert, while waiting for Hawaii to allow same-sex marriages, Wilbert died. They were together 42 years. They will never know the joys of marriage, and our marriage agenda is the same as everyone in here. Love, commitment, and family. How many more Georges and Wilburs does my community have to experience? Now each of you have an opportunity to right a wrong that has suppressed our community and made us feel less than equal. I humbly ask you to stand up for marriage equality today. And I want to thank all my Maui reps for all their support. Thank you, Ross Baker. Thank you, Kelly Aling.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, he and the rest of the members of the committee. This bill, I'm against SB 1, primarily because it does not protect the the First Amendment rights of religious organizations and clergy. Churches and will have to, it doesn't protect churches from having to provide wedding receptions as well as to provide counseling and marriage preparation services to homosexuals. It also does not protect the individual rights of people's First Amendment rights. People in such wedding-related professions as florists, caterers, wedding planners, bakers, photographers, all of these individuals will not have their First Amendment rights protected. School teachers will also will not be able to refuse teaching about same-sex marriage, and parents and children will also not be able to refuse. In closing, I'd like to ask that if same-sex marriage is approved, are you willing to open Pandora's box to allow other types of relationships, such as polygamy and incest, and as well as from happening? One man, two women, one woman, two men, groups of people married.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Chairman, honorable committee members, my name is Jerry Bangerter. It would be an understatement to say that this is a controversial issue. An issue as controversial as this should not be ramrodded through the legislature. The legislature, I have every reason to believe that the legislature is putting the strong arm on many of our legislators, and quite honestly, I do not trust my legislator and the other legislators to speak the will of their constituents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're on Group 2, so anyone in the rotunda who may be in Group 2, you need to come down, or we will begin Group 3. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you. My name is Sally Waite. I've flown over here from the Big Island. I was a teacher here for about 35 years. I'm almost 83. I think we've been discussing this for at least 20 years, so I don't think it's something new. I know I was involved in the 1990s, and I remember the prejudice after the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Even in Chicago, where I grew up, there were signs that Japanese were not allowed. I remember the black and white issues in the schools. But mostly, I remember teaching here in Hawaii, and the bullying and the taunting that went on against some of our gay and lesbian students. In the beginning, I didn't recognize what it really was. But later on, I began to find out, and as I counseled kids and had them come to me and tell me they were terrified that their parents would find out, I began to realize how important it was. And that's when this became such a big issue to me. And when I had a boy come to me and say that his father said that he would shoot him if he found out that he was gay. So I think we should remember that our families are important, all families. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Sally.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Chair. My name is James Koloio Kui'e Baker. I'm a native Hawaiian, born and raised in Nanakuli, Ea. I'm a God-fearing man, Christian, not affiliated with any church, but I fear the Lord. And I just wanted to quote some scriptures. I appeal to you as lawmakers to bring to remembrance the book which our laws kind of was created from, that's still in existence today, and I'm referring to the Holy Bible. I'd like to just bring up a couple of laws that we recognize, and it's straight out of Exodus. When the people were left to be within their means, Moses came down with the 10 Commandments. You look in Exodus, and the year of our Lord 2013, chapter 20, verse 13 says, thou shalt not kill. And we also go by thou shalt not steal and lie and, commit adultery. You go to the very next book, Leviticus, chapter 20, verse 13. Coincidental. That's where he talks about homosexuality being an abomination to God. I am in opposition to this bill. A lot of people are arguing that marriage is a civil rights, but we all know, everyone in this room knows that marriage was an institution created by God. And if you to say it was civil rights, we're trying to say that men created marriage, and we all know that's wrong. And we just discussed that homosexuality is wrong. So two wrongs don't make a right. So I ask you, and I challenge you guys today, choose ye this day who you will serve. Me and my house will serve the Lord. Amen.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Burbidge. I am a teacher, civics, economics, debate, and I am opposed to Senate Bill 1. I would like you to let the people decide. I was shocked to find out that we don't have a way of referendum or initiative, and so it's up to you legislators to give us that ability to put that on the ballot so that we can decide. The people of Hawaii need to make this decision. Traditional marriage or allowing same-sex marriage, again, we voted in '98. We need to be able to do that again and make this final. The legislature is going against the will of the people. You know what we wanted. Our intent was that marriage was supposed to be between one man and one woman. Every American citizen has the right to freedom of conscience, religion, and to participate in this democracy. A decision of this magnitude should not be made by this legislature, especially in 1 week. Changing the definition of marriage, which has been between one man and one woman since the beginning of humanity in the entire world, should not be made by a few. Let us decide. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Kimberly Allen, and I ask you to support SB 1. I lost my wife in 2010 to cancer, and I personally was affected by not having the ability to file for family medical leave. So please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Christine Brown, and I just want to thank all of you, first of all, for the hard work, no matter what side you're on. I know this has been probably a tough road for everyone involved in this decision, and I've been praying God's blessing and peace on you and wisdom as you go through this process. I've already submitted my written testimony, so I just want to say that I am against SB1, and I just hope that you will allow the people of Hawaii to decide instead of rushing this through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Robin Lee, and I am a tax-paying citizen of the great state of Hawaii, and I stand here in support of SB1. And personally, the passing of this measure means quite a bit to me. I have been in a domestic partnership for almost 17 years, and during that time, my partner and I have watched our siblings, of which there are many on both sides, get married and have to stand by and watch while we could not. The passage of SB1 would finally permit us to do what we've been wanting to do for several years, and I ask for your support, and thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Chris Slavens. I'm here on behalf of the Hawaii chapter of the National Association of Social Workers. NESW is in strong support of Senate Bill 1. NESW encourages the adoption of laws that recognize inheritance, insurance, same-sex marriage, child custody, property, and other rights in lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender relationships. The association firmly believes that all federal protections and responsibilities available to legally married people in the United States should be available to people who enter into same-sex unions. NESW strongly supports SB 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lori Mallett, and I'm here in strong support of SB 1. Please allow me the same rights, responsibilities, and privileges that my dearest straight sisters and brothers enjoy today. I feel as a citizen of this planet that I am entitled to that. I also feel very strongly that the Jesus Christ of my understanding would want everyone to have equal rights and the same privileges. I think that I'm very optimistic, cautiously so, but optimistic nonetheless, that the Senate and the House will do the right thing and pass SB 1. I also feel that in that there will be a healing, hopefully, that will take place between the side that I represent for myself personally and those of you who may disagree with me. I'd like to be able to agree to disagree, and I also feel that Jesus Christ would like us to come together and work on other issues that are very, very critical on our planet, things like homelessness, hunger, those kinds of things. Aloha and mahalo.
Thank you.
My name is Patricia Kogi. I'm the Hawaii Unit Chair for the United Steelworkers Local 12-591. Senator He, Vice Chair Shimabukuro, and members of the committee. We stand in strong support for the SB 1. I stand on my testimony that's been submitted, and I'll just sort of do a short statement. As a union rep, I have learned through the years that the mark and test of a true leader is not how well liked or popular you are, but in how you serve and represent all your members. From the loudest to the quietest, from the majority to the minority, every member deserves equal representation regardless of personal feelings. We believe the same applies to marriage equality. Without the right to marry, a segment of our society is discriminated against and denied their fundamental rights to marry and receive equal benefits afforded heterosexual couples. Other states have acknowledged this grave injustice and have passed marriage equality legislation. It is time Hawaii did the same, and to do otherwise is unacceptable, unconstitutional, and unconscionable. And why the Steelworkers strongly support SB 1 and urge you to pass this bill. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to testify.
But Patricia, what is your last name again?
Kogi, K-O-G-E.
Koge?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Patricia.
Aloha. Mahalo for your time. My name is Dave Wilweber. I'm a citizen and a pastor. I'm going to diverge a little bit from my document. I think my document was clear in stating that we can be loving and still vote no on this bill. I found it interesting that our honorable governor came in and said we've been debating this for 20 years and we've pretty much answered all of the questions that have been raised. And then I appreciate all of you who asked excellent questions, and then the Attorney General was unable to answer all of the questions that have already been asked that we've already answered. So that concerns me, because when we're talking about marriage, one man, one woman, it is the first institution. This institution was around before government. This institution was around before church. This institution was around before business. And it would be wise for us to take some time to really ask all the questions and answer all the questions. For example, after this bill is passed, I know the question is going to come up. In our public schools, we have books in the library that refer to one man, one woman. Somebody's going to find that offensive, and they will say these need to be removed. Have we considered...
Can you summarize, please?
What kind of costs that this is going to take? I think we need to take more time to ask questions and answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senator He and the panel. My name is Kaipukana Hele. I didn't intend to testify today, but I wanted to be here to support my fellow believers in Christ. Karl Marx said that if you want to change society, change the definition of traditional family. Two things that we're hearing today, the gays want benefits, and that's okay, but we're here to stand for traditional family and the institution of marriage. So with that said, can we just craft the language to give same-sex the benefit that they're asking for while preserving traditional marriage for the church and for what I believe in? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aloha, Chairman, Senator Sloan, Gabbard, Brickwood, Solomon, Ihara, Shimobukuro. Check this out. My hands been tied. I am Hawaiian, 100%. My mother, my father. There's no more Hawaiian you can be as me. But in Hawaii, they take away my laws. I'm the most discriminated one here. You take away my law. You, 76 people. 76 people. Earlier we was talking about why we here, Brother Sloan said. Why we here? Look at Justice Roberts, who struck down the Defense of Marriage Act. He struck them down. Why? Kala, money. What about the rights of my people? Give my people a vote. And don't give them one bill that says if you vote no, you means give you 76 people the right to tell me what to do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, general public and the board. I want to know if we still have a quorum up there. There's 4, 3 are gone, but I'll make the statement. SB 1, okay, under 572-6, marriage license is where it's at on this. It's a 50-50 bill. On the marriage license, when I tried to get a lay this morning from the people wearing lays, I was denied a lay as equal. So I'd like to say, I asked her what's her issue. She said gay marriage. So I'd like you to propose now, SB 1 has gay marriage written into this, not just the word marriage. It's very important to define what you're doing. Aloha.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have always lived my life respecting other people's beliefs and choices. When this special session was called to address same-sex marriage in Hawaii, I believed it was simply about choice, and I respected that. Then I found out about the ramifications in Canada and Massachusetts after same-sex marriage became lawful. I was shocked to view the mandated education of children beginning in kindergarten that normalized homosexual behavior and lifestyle. What I discovered is our vulnerable, powerless children will be thoroughly indoctrinated with alternative sexual lifestyle choices, resulting in confusion about their gender, experimentation in sexuality, risky behavior, and compromised morality. I am now firmly against legalizing same-sex marriage in Hawaii. I believe you all know that the majority of the people are unaware of these ramifications, and you know that it will forever change the education of children. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Senators. I strongly support Senate Bill 1 on equal rights. I am Jo Chang, a state retiree, the mother of 3 sons, 1 gay and 2 straight, and the grandmother of a bisexual granddaughter. I co-founded a support group called the Moms for Parents of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Children. I am also 70 years old and am considered to be a low-income person. I personally cannot fly anywhere very readily, except for years apart, even to California, because the cost to me is significant. If some couples must go to another state to marry, will their families be able to be with them? Marriage should be a family celebration, so we need you, our elected representatives, to help us to say clearly that our gay family members and their relationships and families have an equal place and equal rights in Hawaii. We want to recognize them as the wonderful family members and valuable citizens that they already are. They are not outsiders or a separate group. They are part of all of our communities. Please, it's time to recognize our gay ohana and the relationships on an equal basis with our straight family members. Please don't say some of us have to go away to marry some of our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pastor Roy Yamamoto. I have a church called Agape Christian Fellowship, and we do Camp Agape, and I work for a ministry called Prison Fellowship, Chuck Olson's ministry, and we do prison ministry, and I can honestly just say for myself, only the truth can set us free. I've been in prison, and only the truth came in and set me free. And we have more than 70% of the people that go into prison go back into prison. And because of it, I've been working with people for a long time, for over 16 years, people that come out of prison, and without a strong relationship with God, honestly, I can tell you something, they go back into prison and destroy their lives and their families. And so whatever going to keep people away from the truth, having Jesus in their lives and gaining that real strength that's going to keep them on the right path, like the guys, they would never make it. So I pray that, that you guys vote on what is the truth, what going to help people, the reality what really going to help people. So I pray that you guys make the right decision.
Thank you. Yes. Run group. Yeah, the next group. Okay, thanks. So yeah, I've heard that group 3 can now start to assemble behind the rostrum. Just follow the clerk's advice. Okay, so I think we're ready for the next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Yanoza, retired and former HSTA president, and I'm here to share Jun Motokawa's testimony as well as my own. And this testimony is in strong support of SB 1. And we are speaking on behalf of former HSDA presidents, our executive director, and former chapter and former state and chapter leaders of the Hawaii State Teachers Association. We believe that we need to have SB 1 in place. And as educators, it's very important that we treat all of our children with respect. This testimony, as I was doing this testimony, I began to listen to opponents say that the bill will impact education. Having read it, it's going to impact marriage, not education. It's the Board of Education that will make the decisions on our curriculum. And so I am in contact with the Massachusetts Teachers Association to find out what has happened there. But I thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Galoyu Jr., and I'm chair of the GLBT caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. Love makes a family, but it is marriage equality that will protect our family, all our families. Marriage equality is a core Democratic Party value, and that is why we call upon you to pass SB 1. This idea of let them decide, let me tell you what they're really saying. Give us another chance to try to sell discrimination to the people of Hawaii, and to that we say no. They voted once, they gave the power to you. Do the right thing, do the Democratic thing, do the American thing. Make SB 1 a reality. Marriage equality should be the law of the land in the Aloha State, the birthplace of marriage equality. Thank you, and have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you.
Aloha. My name is Kent West, and my partner and I just celebrated 22 years of being together. 22 years that we as a couple have been denied equal access to the benefits, privileges, and protections under the law that are given exclusively to traditionally married couples. As a direct and immediate result of the opposition to marriage equality, American-born citizens are being denied the right to equality every day. The very rights that are defined by the forefathers of the United States of America, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. My partner and I have been hardworking citizens for 68 years combined, which means that both of our taxes have contributed to the state and federal coffers. The rhetoric right now is that to let the people vote. Historically, American citizens have proven themselves repeatedly inconsistent in voting on civil rights issues, especially ones that are as sensitive as this. Ultimately, it has been the government that has had to make the final decision. I appeal to you today to pass SB 01 so that me and my partner are able to live our life under the Constitution of the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha mai kākou. My name is Mika Malki, and I am from the Big Island of Hawaii. I came in special for this. Hawaii is best known for its true values of aloha, ohana, kuleana, lokahi, and pono. I am in support of this bill because aloha is a unconditional love. The feeling of aloha has left everlasting impressions on our kama'aina and malihini, and is what brings people here to these islands. By opposing this bill, it will convey the wrong message to the world that Hawaii does not support aloha for all, but just for heterosexual couples. Ohana is an important value of family, whether we're related by blood or not, and it's who we choose to call our ohana. Nowhere in our history does our kupuna state that ohana requires a man and a woman, because they knew that it required love, discipline, compassion, and respect. Lokahi is something meaning teamwork. And it is obvious that after 20 years, we have not been able to unite as one people. Supporting this bill ensures that all people in Hawaii will be protected from discrimination. Kuleana, it is our responsibility to teach our children love and acceptance. Pono, we need to unite and move forward to make this right. Please pass this bill. All people in Hawaii will have the same rights. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Aloha
Aloha, my name is Pastor Monica Yu. I'm from Solid Foundation Christian Ministry. Same-sex marriage, wrong. It's an abomination unto my Lord Jesus Christ. And it's going to also affect our children and the next generation, and I oppose to SB 1.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Cleveland He, and members of the board, I believe that matrimony should be holy, and that with no disrespect, I love you and God love you. And I believe that the decisions you guys make today will decide our future. As for me and my house, we shall serve the Lord. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Mary Moroti. I strongly oppose this bill. I stand here on behalf of the people of Hawaii, but more so, I stand here in the side of our Lord, our God and Savior. And I oppose this bill because I feel that the people of Hawaii are not being heard. Their voices, we need to hear the voice of the people, put it to vote, especially the voices of our keikis, my mo'opunas, my grandchildren. Their voices being silent. Where is their voices? I stand here before you and I ask you to oppose this bill. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patricia Chung, and I was born and raised in Hawaii. I've been a public school teacher for 23 years, and I oppose same-sex marriage, and I oppose SB 1. I could lose my job if I teach that homosexuality is acceptable. And it doesn't matter if I am if I don't teach that homosexuality is acceptable. And it doesn't matter if I'm in a private school or if I homeschool. In Canada, homosexuality is taught as acceptable in kindergarten through books, and I'm a kindergarten teacher. In 2nd and 3rd grade, children would role play and have 2 children of the same sex get married by an adult in clerical attire. In 6th and 7th grade, students are taught about masturbation, oral sex, anal sex, and more. Graphic sexual posters using profanity are displayed, all in the name of equality and education. I am not out to bash homosexuals. I have friends and family who are homosexual. I believe most homosexuals would just like to have the same rights as heterosexuals. I bet if they knew that this could happen in our schools, they would not want to see it happen either. Huge entities from outside of Hawaii with horrific agendas and vast amounts of money are trying to control and change our islands. It can't slip in all because our people are so loving and accepting. We can't be deceived. If this bill passes, I ask that there would be an amendment for teachers to opt out of being forced to teach it, and that doing so would not be labeled a hate crime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mahalo for standing for justice and equality. Mahalo for standing for a heavily persecuted minority group. I've had friends that were gay and lesbian that have lost jobs, that have lost housing. This is my wife, Kelly. Our wedding day was by far the happiest day of my life. And we're from Washington State, where marriage equality recently became the law of the land. We saw dozens of our friends suddenly have the same joy that we had. And so I want to tell you about joy. When they lined up outside of the courthouse to get their licenses, we sang to them, "Go into the chapel and we're going to get married." Those of you who are married, imagine the joy that you have, and imagine the joy that thousands of other Hawaiians will have as soon as you make the right vote on this. In the words of my dearly departed sister-in-law, the only right time for equal rights is right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Phil Lees. I'm a Canadian asked to come and share in Hawaii how same-sex marriage has affected our education system in Ontario, Canada. I'm also an educator, spent 28 years in the education system. And prior to same-sex marriage, the needs of all families when it came to sensitive curriculum, where they, and not just related to homosexuality, was respected and accommodated. After same-sex marriage, however, it became the law of the land. And as a result, increased sensitive curriculum came in, all subjects, all grade levels, and families asking to be respected and to be informed were told, no, you don't have the right to be informed. We have court cases around that. Human Rights Commission has also said that although freedom of conscience, freedom of belief, freedom of religion, etc., is protected in our Constitution, because of equity, the right of sexual orientation trumps all of these other, trumps religious freedoms and trumps the freedom of conscience. And as a result, I'm asking that I'm recommending or suggesting, it's not my place to recommend, suggesting that to avoid such losses of freedoms in Hawaii, that the elected representatives slow this process down and study the long-term effects, including input from all stakeholders, then legislatively ensure protections for all citizens. Thank you.
So you're against the bill or for the bill?
I'm not here to be on either side. I'm just saying there are problems if we implement same-sex marriage. It leads to difficulties for many people, especially in our school system, where teachers will be told, no, you must teach this, and parents are told, no, we cannot accommodate for your beliefs and values or differences, even to be informed about sensitive curriculum.
Okay.
All right?
Oh, okay. Senator Gabbard has a question.
Thank you.
Were the parents, were they given an opt-out option?
Opt-out options are not allowed. Because to opt out, for example, even when students ask for faith clubs, they're told, no, well, we can't have faith clubs any longer because if a principal endorses a faith club, that means they're endorsing the belief system, which is not consistent with the values of the GSA club. That's a discriminatory value. Similarly, we're not allowing churches to rent school facilities either for the same reasons.
I wasn't talking about clubs, faith clubs. I was talking specifically about teaching in the classrooms.
For teachers?
Were the parents who disagreed, were they allowed to have their kids given that opt-out?
No. As a matter of fact, I've got the curriculum documents and the government documents. It says and under frequently asked questions about sensitive curriculum, no, teachers are not to inform parents about sensitive curriculum, and no, parents are not allowed to opt out, because doing so, according to the curriculum documents and according to our Human Rights Commission, endorses discrimination and the values of the families.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kathy Betts. I'm the Executive Director of the Hawaii State Commission on the Status of Women, and we're here to voice our support, our strong support for marriage equality. The Commission believes that all people should be treated with equality and respect. Hostility and violence towards our GLBT community closely mimics hostility and violence towards women, and we know that homophobia is rooted in sexism. Marriage as a social and cultural institution is always evolving. What began as traditional marriage, what I'm hearing a lot of people referring to today, really was a contract for chattel and a transfer of property ownership, where fathers of women to be married transferred ownership of their daughters to another man for a fee, whether it was money, property, land, animals. This has completely evolved to suit a different reality. We can remember a time when something as common as interracial marriage was viewed as abnormal and against the will of God. Social views that supported the notion that these marriages should be illegal. As no surprise, these restrictions on marriage were shot down as inconsistent with our Equal Protection Clause. Looking back on these landmark decisions building up to Windsor, our legislature has an opportunity to move towards a greater and more inclusive justice and equality for all of Hawaii's people. As Dr. King poignantly stated, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. We urge this committee to continue on this path towards justice and pass marriage equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's come forward.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Jackie Shen. I'm going to
testify in opposition to SB 1, and I'm also going to divert from my written testimony a little bit. I believe my stand against the same-sex marriage bill can represent the majority of traditional first-generation Asian immigrant families. This nation used to impress me with its values, principles, and morals, and the land of aloha with lovely everyday families, grandpas, grandmas, fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunties, family relationships so precious to us immigrants. The same-sex marriage issue is fundamentally breaking up families and societies that we used to know and causing so much disruption to the harmony that so many of us immigrants treasured. Now, it is not right for any minority group to force its agendas on the majority. The minority gay community forcing the majority people to comply against their will and against the conscience in accepting same-sex marriage is not democratic at all. Please let us, the majority, continue to proclaim that only a man and a woman can be legally married, and only a man can be a father, and a woman can be a mother. Let the people decide. If the legislature forces on the people, how is the United States different from communist China? Thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed with the next speaker, I want to let the people know it's now 1:30, and if you have intended to testify reasonably, we believe that you would have been here at 10:30 and had expressed an interest in. So we're still taking people who wish to testify, but we'll do so for the next 15 minutes. We're already up to group 14. So we have a long way to go. So we want to let people know that if you want to testify, please let the clerk know within the next 15 minutes. Please proceed.
Aloha. Thank you to the committee. I'd like to invite you to consider for a moment that I am your sister. I am your auntie. And in the context of Hawaii, that spreads very far and wide. I am your volunteer on numerous levels, especially those related to children, just having participated in Children and Youth Day, hosting 2 events to help our keiki be healthy. I am your keiki's teacher of aloha. I am a healthcare professional. I am a minister, and I administer to the love of this state through my blood. This ring going from this finger to this finger could happen without you even knowing, without there being knowledge of me being your neighbor or your coworker, someone who's intimately in your life or your children's lives. And I commit my heart and soul to the betterment of all human beings. Grant me that opportunity legally in this state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is John Eastman. I'm a professor of constitutional law and also the chairman of the board of the National Organization for Marriage. You have my written testimony, which identifies the evidence from the Proposition 8 litigation of how devastating the consequences of this decision are going to be. But I want to adjust my remarks a little bit to reflect on some things that were said this morning. The intense focus on monetary benefits. Quite frankly, I'm stunned. When did marriage become simply a welfare delivery system? It's about something much more profound than that. It is the way the society has benefited from the unique procreative ability of men and women. And we lose that when we say that this is just a question of equality. Because equality requires that we consider people who are similarly situated similarly. To say that this is a question of equality is to take off the table that core purpose of marriage, which is to channel that unique and blessed procreative function of men and women. You undermine that, you water it down, and you have devastating consequences for society. I also want to point out that the religious liberty protections here are woefully inadequate. And if you're going to proceed with this bill, you need to at least bolster those. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lois Perrin. I'm the legal director for the ACLU. I am here in strong support of the bill. We believe that the time has come for Hawaii to join the 14 other states and the District of Columbia in recognizing the freedom to marry. I also believe that the bill strikes the appropriate balance between marriage equality and religious liberty. There were a number of issues that were raised this morning with respect to the 1,138 benefits. There were other questions about the scope of the exemptions. I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you. Questions, members? Thank you, Ms. Perrin.
Aloha. First of all, I'd just like to say that, I feel kind of appalled that with a situation that is this delicate, that me as someone that opposes it, and also my same-sex marriage people that are for it, that we don't have a full council in front of us. If the situation is so touchy, doesn't it at least give us the respect to be here? Especially the person that brought it to attention. I should be able to look at the governor and tell him how I feel. So in all fairness, I think this whole hearing shouldn't even happen if you guys can't even accommodate not only gay people, but straight people as well. I strongly oppose the bill. I think that we do have a right to vote again. If you can prove that everybody that voted in 1998 is still alive and here in the state, then I think, yeah, sure, it should be held. But if they're not here, because I know people died since then, I think there should be another vote, because children back then are now adults and they can vote as well. So times have changed and I am against this.
Thank you very much. Next.
Afternoon. My name is Kai Hargrove, and I oppose this bill. The people of this city voted for rail. The people of this state voted for an appointed school board. I am here to say, with a loud and clear voice, let the people decide. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi. Hello. My name is Pua Ka'aiali'i, and I'm standing here in oppose of SB1 for the simple fact that it's not giving us the right to make our own choices. In 1998, yes, the people did give the legislators the right to make the decision. 2013, 2012, you guys came up with the, whatchamacallit, that, I'm sorry, I forget what it is. The civil union. That should have appeased them. Now in 2013, we need to stand by what we believe in. And that is that equal rights for everybody doesn't mean that you can say, because I'm gay, I deserve to get federal exemption. Being gay is your right, your choice. Deal with it.
Thank you very much. Group 4, you should be preparing to be next. We're almost at the end of Group 3. Please proceed.
My name is Tom Kay. I strongly oppose enacting SB1. In my opinion, SB1 will be unconstitutional under Article 1, Section 23 of the Hawaii Constitution. Contrary to what the Attorney General's opinion might have said, I believe that Section 23 is not clear and unambiguous. The sole purpose of Section 23 was to reverse the Hawaii Supreme Court case in Bear versus Llewellyn. Following the passage of Section 23, the Hawaii Supreme Court held in an unreported decision that Section 23 of the Constitutional Marriage Amendment validated H.R. 572-1. Of the 285,671 Hawaii voters who voted in 1998 to pass Section 23, this meant that both 572-1 and Section 23 had to be read together. Oh, you make?
Please wrap it up.
Okay, wrap it up. If SB 1 is enacted, two things are going to happen. There's going to be litigation in both the federal and state courts determining whether or not this bill is constitutional before it is ever implemented. And secondly, you're going to find a large group of Hawaiian voters who are unhappy that they don't get a chance to vote on this issue. Let the Hawaiian voters vote again.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, my name is Antonia Alvarez. I'm a licensed social worker in the state of Hawaii. I work with our at-risk youth all over the state, including our most rural and disenfranchised communities. I'm in strong support of this bill. Youth from discriminatory communities, communities without rights for same-sex couples, are at very high risk of harassment, bullying, isolation, depression, and even suicidality, which happens to be my focus. Alternatively, research shows that youth from accepting homes, families, and communities have exponentially less risk of tobacco use, substance abuse, unhealthy sexual behaviors, and suicide. There's zero research that documents a risk for children from gay and lesbian communities or families. And lastly, I want to note that at the Keiki Caucus this year, the #1 priority for our students, also known as our future voters, was marriage equality. So we bring it to the youth, the people, they're not confused. They're actually in strong support. Finally, I just want to add, as a member of GLIS in Hawaii, that this bill has nothing to do with mandating education. It does not talk about teachers, and if you want to talk about the status of the schools, you should talk about terror, shame, isolation, bullying, fear, and suicidality. We have among the highest rates of teens committing suicide in the entire nation. Thank you for hearing us today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bishop Carl E. Harris, and I stand in strong opposition of this SB 1 bill. I've submitted my written testimony, but I'd also like to stand here to say that there is a grave difference between a civil right and using the excuse of equality for the what you choose to do and want to do. Praise God, and such is the case with same-sex marriage. I am opposed to this also as well because of this being such a contentious social issue that it would be rushed into. The governor actually called this special session without being in agreement, I believe, with the legislature. So I don't think that everybody is on board here. And most of all, the state of Hawaii, the people of Hawaii, are not on board. It speaks for itself, 69.2% in 1998. And of recent polls, it's been such the same as well. It's not something that should be imposed on the society of Hawaii to change it and to change its culture and many things that will be affected just for the sake of a choice of a private practice, and then public policy begins to be instituted. So I stand in strong opposition to this bill, SB 1.
Thank you. Okay, we'll proceed with the next group, Group 3. Group 4, thank you. Thank you, Carol.
Aloha, members of the committee. I'm Gene Corpus, and I stand by my written testimony in support of SB 1 for marriage equality in Hawaii. Not all people of faith oppose marriage equality. I'm a gay Filipino-American Catholic man and president of Dignity Honolulu, a chapter of Dignity USA, an organization for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender Catholics. Dignity USA has formed a coalition with 3 other progressive Catholic groups that also support equal rights for LGBT people. Sister Joan Chatfield, a Mary Noel nun, wrote an op-ed piece in the Honolulu Star Bulletin stating, as a social justice advocate, I believe wholeheartedly that it is wrong to discriminate against a person for something that is an unchangeable part of who they are and how God made them. That's why I believe it is time for Hawaii to allow marriage for gay and lesbian couples. I have been with my life partner for over 22 years. He has Parkinson's disease and has had other medical issues which have led to 911 calls and hospitalizations. When in the emergency room at Straub, the person at the desk asked if I was married to Dale, would entitle me to sign various forms related to his treatment. Since we were not married, he had to get Dale to sign the forms. Fortunately, he was lucid enough to sign them. When he was hospitalized, the staff treated me as if we were married when I would visit him in the hospital. It would be great to be actually married and gain the rights and responsibilities of marriage in Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Miguel Menjivar. I'm a senior in high school. I agree with SB 1 and think it is a practical bill if same-sex marriage is going to be allowed in Hawaii. However, I would like to address an issue that I believe is important, found in Section 572F, which concerns religious organizations and facilities and their liability exemptions under certain circumstances. My concern isn't that religious organizations will lose money due to being forced to deny all marriage celebrations for refusing only one. My concern centers around the idea of the separation between state and religion. I believe that Section 572F has the state infringing on the rights of the church. Once constituted in a religious organization, a marriage becomes a religious practice. With this in mind, requiring religious organizations to accept all marriages or none is infringing on the church's rights. I know my time is limited. Thank you for listening. My point is this. If you're going to pass a bill allowing same-sex marriage, fine. But you cannot force religious organizations to accept all marriages and accommodate them. Marriage has always been a holy communion. Putting restrictions on religious organizations also puts restrictions on the individuals who participate in these organizations. Restrictions on the participating individuals infringes on their basic rights, freedom of religion. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Isis Osborne, and I'm in support of this bill. Equality is not complicated. Under state and federal law, each and every one of us is entitled to the same rights, bound to the same responsibilities as every other citizen. The Constitution of the United States is meant to confer every American the same protections to ensure that we all have access to equal opportunities regardless of race, class, national origin, or gender. There is no qualifying those facts. Yet, as it has been in the past, there are those here today who claim that the enforcement of the equality of others infringes on their own rights. Various groups often object to the violation of their freedoms that this bill supposedly represents. But it is explicitly stated that this act does not in any way seek to impede personal religious liberties, and any scenario in which same-sex marriages result in unconstitutional regulation of educational practices or religious beliefs are pure conjecture, based solely on either deliberate fabrications, paranoid imaginations, or tenuous connections to extremely radical groups. The Supreme Court of the United States concluded more than 50 years ago in the legendary case of Brown versus Board that separating institutions based on discriminatory classifications rendered those institutions inherently unequal because civil unions and reciprocal beneficiary relationships do not provide the same rights, benefits, protections, or responsibilities as marriages. Denying same-sex couples the opportunity to marry in our state represents a blatant violation of their right to equal protection of the law. Do not mistake my words for a simple demonization of opposing views. Do not judge me by my youth or my dress or my happily ambiguous sexuality. I am simply a person trying to reach other people. I am simply a person with views. I have a voice, and I intend to use it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Elena Way. I, as an out queer person under the age of 20 and a non-religious person, can see the separation of church and state is an important right that many people have chosen to neglect when choosing their stance on gay marriage. Whatever one person may believe may not be true for everyone else. It is only right and fair to allow other people to live the life they feel that they were born, as long as they're consenting and of age. Equality in marriage is only justice for the people of Hawaii. And a person who you love should not make you a second-class citizen. Also, one thing I'd like to raise about the issue of sex education is my generation has all kinds of weird misinformation because of the internet, such as, internet pornography. Do you really want me getting my information from that rather than trusted scientific resources? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Alan Spector of Kaneohe. I'm a licensed clinical private practice in Kailua. I agree with some of the things said by the opponents of this bill. Marriage is not just about legal benefits. Marriage is about love, and marriage is about family. When I got married to my husband, when that ceremony was over and the rabbi pronounced us as a married couple, the first thing my parents said to my husband was, "Welcome to the family. Now you're one of us." But our grave sin was to marry before DOMA was repealed, and I fell in love with a foreigner, an Australian that was here on a work visa. And a month after our marriage, due to a sudden budget cut, his postdoctoral fellowship at UCSF was discontinued, which means his visa was voided and he was going to be deported from the United States of America. And I had no legal recourse because we weren't a family according to U.S. law. The only way we stayed together is we had to drop everything and move to New Haven, Connecticut so he could go to Yale University and keep a visa active. It took us many, many years to resolve that immigration hassle and to get him his green card. And now he's a professor at UH. And we're very happy living in Hawaii. But other couples like us that live in Hawaii and are civil unions don't have immigration rights. DOMA fixes things. It was too late for us, but it's not too late for others. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Aloha, senators and committee members and public, and especially aloha to Clayton He, my sister's classmate, and Brick, who's my classmate, and the Lone Ranger, Senator Sloan. I'm here to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 1 on the following grounds. Number one, the bill as it stands is flawed, the way it's written. Number one, we talk about churches having to hold religious services. They do that. They must serve only their own members. It's been watered down a little bit. Number three is that they must operate as a nonprofit. Churches will be considered places of public accommodations and will be required, their clergy, to go ahead and perform these marriages that they do not agree with. So I urge everybody here, all you senators, to vote this bill down and let the people decide through a constitutional amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aloha. Good afternoon. I am Earl Shiraki, a member of the Polo Neighborhood Board for over 25 years and a lifelong citizen of Hawaii. I am here today as an individual, private citizen, and I ask you kokua in hearing my words as it comes from my heart and soul, which is the essence of every living being. I am for traditional marriage and I oppose SB number 1. We are here today to consider the issue of the bill for an act, Senate Bill number 1, relating to equal rights. If so, then I also have a right not just to be heard, but also to challenge and protect what I feel is a fraud to the very meaning of one most sacred institution we have accepted, lived, and cherished long before we became a nation, the institution of marriage. We will not be sitting here in this room discussing the issue had you all remembered the purpose of why you are here in the first place. I say to you clearly, this is an issue of great import that is not up to you to decide. Simply put, you were never empowered to legislate morality. This is a question for each individual to answer in their own heart and soul and in the privacy of booth, in a privacy of a voting booth. On this issue, don't impose your own agenda. Let the people's voice be heard and the collective decision made known in the process of free choice. I implore you to put this issue on the ballot and let us decide the merits of the Hawaii Marriage Equality Act of 2013. Let the people vote. Thank you.
Thank
Amen.
First of all, I'd like to say me too. My name is Toby Rushforth, and I oppose this special session. The people must vote. Frankly, this has nothing to do with social justice or equal rights. It's all about the survival of our culture. What is being proposed in this special session devalues and redefines the cornerstone of Western civilization, the family. The governor and the legislature are proposing that marriage is to be a gender and familial free-for-all. The legal gymnastics are astounding. They say what the public really meant in the 2-to-1 vote favoring traditional marriage is that the legislature can now declare same-sex marriage as the law of the land. A classic bait switch. I am deeply embarrassed by the system of governance that allows the legislature to conduct this special session to pervert the will of the people. There is truly no compelling reason for this special session of the legislature other than to manufacture a crisis, pursue a political agenda that cannot stand the test of the ballot box. For shame. I also want to say that the number of people trying to participate in this special session is actually an indictment of why we were here.
Thank you.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Sean Campbell. I'm a member of a binational couple. My partner and I have been together for 5 years. He's in immigration proceedings, however, and should the disposition of that case result in him being deported, I would end up going with him to a country that illegalizes homosexuality with a penalty of a lifetime in jail. We can't go near an airport, therefore we can't get married, but here in Hawaii, and before his case gets disposed, I would just like us to be able to consummate our loving relationship with a marriage. I'd also like to add to my written testimony in saying that I'm only a student of anthropology and a medical technician, but I rely on expert opinions of thousands of others for scientific knowledge on the health of gay individuals, the viability of families comprised by us, and the stable social orders and civilizations that include same-sex couples. While you have my testimony on the American Anthropological Association's position on same-sex couples in society, I would like to note also there is broad support for same-sex couples and same-sex marriage from the American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association, and the American Sociological Association. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha. My name is Gary Okabayashi. I am submitting this testimony on behalf of Lenny Zimmerman, who's standing next to me. We both strongly support SB 1. I was born and grew up in Honolulu and attended public schools. In fact, I just attended my 50th Kalani High School reunion in August of this year. Lenny grew up and worked in New York City. We moved to Waikiki in 2007. In short, we are your typical residents of the state. We are family members and your neighbors. Lenny is also my husband. After 35 years as a couple, we recently flew to California and were married on October 2. Since getting married before the end of this year was very important to us for federal tax purposes, we thought it best not to leave anything to chance. Additionally, with life's uncertainties, we did not want to delay, even for a month, having federal benefits relevant to us. With our marriage, we have some, but not all, federal benefits. Marriage for same-sex couples is a matter of equality. For over 13 years, I've had to pay taxes on the health insurance and travel benefits that Lenny receives through my former employer. Also, SB 1 for same-sex couples is a matter of fairness and aloha. No one should have to fly to another state to get married to get federal benefits. Residents should be able to get married before family and friends here in Hawaii. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair He, committee members. My name is Jay Morford. First, I'd like to, I'm here to testify as a concerned citizen. First, I'd like to thank each of you for being here and having the patience today to listen to all this testimony. I'll be brief. I'm not going to repeat what's been heard, but I would like you to focus on the 1998 bill that went into law at that time for the amendment that protected marriage at that time. From that time until today, there's 15 years of voters that haven't been able to be heard. They have the right, along with the rest of us, to be heard for a vote on this issue. Both sides have that right, and that's what I request and ask for your consideration today. Thank you.
Thank you. Will Group 5 begin to assemble? Then following Group 5, we'll take a 45-minute break for lunch and then reconvene depending on what time Group 5 is done. I want to thank all of you for the orderly proceeding. It has been very good and very, it has helped to facilitate today's hearing a great deal. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is George Barish. My testimony is America's founders devoted 85% of the Declaration of Independence to stating the basis on which they claimed a right to scribble over thousands of years of beliefs held sacred by the old world. Hawaii's legislature has not stated the basis on which it claims a right to scribble over the definition of a word held sacred since time immemorial, except we do because we can. Here's the reasons I don't believe it has that right. All the world's true religions and great philosophies define marriage as a permanent bond devoted to the conception of, protection of, and raising of society's future. And they did that centuries before they invented government. That makes government a borrower of the word marriage it now uses to write secular law. So if it has no more right to scribble over the definition it borrowed, then I have to scribble over passages of a Quran I borrow from my neighbor just because I arrogantly feel I could improve it. This bill does not address individual equity. It defines the right of unions of more than one individual, just like other secular law defines other unions of more than one. Mutual benefit societies, partnerships of all kinds. And no, providing a tax exemption to unions organized for some purposes and denying it to others does not treat the individual members unequally. The word marriage was defined to represent a definition. If you feel secular law needs to be changed, then you have an obligation to create your own word with your own definition and rewrite it. Besides, for 50 years, secular law has had no legitimate use or need to define marriage in writing secular law. It just hasn't. How could it, with 30% of the children born without the benefit of a marriage certificate? It's actually unethical and immoral to base benefits on marriage rather than raising children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman He and Committee. I'm Ron Yoshida from the great state of Kaneohe, Kahalu, and I stand in opposition to this bill. The phrase "talk story" is an important part of our everyday lives in Hawaii. I believe we need more time to talk story about this important issue that will affect all of Hawaii for years to come. Although I oppose the bill, what I am most opposed to is this process of trying to pass this legislation in less than a week. I encourage our legislators to please honor our democratic process that our forefathers gave their lives to establish and that you all as legislators vow to uphold by deferring this issue to the regular session, which is only a few months away, so that all the ramifications of this bill can be adequately discussed. And especially now that we just found out that that same-sex couples in Hawaii can, in fact, get federal tax benefits in Hawaii if they get married in California and come back to Hawaii. Let's wait until the regular session so that we all can have more time to talk story. Mahalo.
My name is Reverend Dr. Jonathan Steeper. I was born here in Honolulu. I have gone away. I am also a Canadian citizen. I was serving in Albania for 9 years in the Prime Minister's office with the religious heads of Muslim, Orthodox, and Catholic communities, helped with the legislation of religious freedom for that country. Also hosted the International Symposium on Religious Freedom and Human Rights in the year 2000 in Tirana, Albania. I am here to oppose this bill. It does restrict and very dramatic impact the religious rights, not only of religious groups and professionals, but also of parachurches and especially those who are individuals. It says nothing to protect individuals, the expression of their faith in the public quorum. I presently am pastor in Kalihi Union Church which has served this state for 100 years and serves over 500 people every week. I would implore you to strongly consider the impact of this bill as it stands. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Marcia Peterson Harris. I'm a mother, a grandmother. We're raising our grandchildren, our children here in Hawaii. I have submitted my written testimony. I just want to read an excerpt out of it. I was here in 2009 when LGBT began the process of demanding their rights. I listened while most LGBT supporters insisted that they had no interest in marriage. One after the other asserted repeatedly that all they wanted was equal rights for their partners. All they wanted was for their partnerships to be sanctioned. 2010, the same issue was readdressed. LGBT was granted their request with the assistance of Governor Abercrombie. This should have been the end of the matter for you as legislators and us as tax-paying constituents. They had apparently won what they had requested, even though the voice of the people was still one of opposition. They had won their victory. 1998 through 2013 have been a clear picture to me of a masterfully orchestrated agenda. This process that was intended to be a civil and fair exchange of reasonable individuals, we have been strategically and intentionally lied to, manipulated, and seduced into disrespecting an institution that has always been respected and honored as a bedrock of our society, marriage between one man and one woman. Let the people of the society that we all live in decide whether those boundaries should no longer be respected or valued. Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Patricia Villarimo-Cockett. I'm the mother of 7 Hawaiian children. I come here today from Hana, Maui. On August 21st, I was able to witness my daughter, dressed beautifully in white, walk down the aisle and embraced by her father as he gave her away. I had never seen her happier. We celebrated with some 300 plus family and friends, many of who would not have been able to attend if they had gone married out of state. Her fiance brought 40 others of her family and friends. $20,000 was spent on this occasion. I feel very strongly in support of SB 1. It is my daughter's right. Isn't marriage the pursuit of happiness? Why is it that my transgender child, and by the way, I'm the mother of 7, 4 of which are straight and can marry legally, 3 of which are LGBT. Why is it that those 3 cannot be legally married, that they are only civil unionized?
Thank you very much. Okay, please proceed. Thank you, Carol.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of this committee. My name is Terry Travis, and I'm from Eva Beach. Others have presented testimony on how important it is for loving couples to be allowed to marry the person they choose. I strongly support that. But what I'd like to do is to challenge some of the irrational statements that are being made by the opponents of this bill. Marriage equality will not destroy America's family structure. The U.S. Senate Center for Disease Control, a federal agency, in 2007 did an extensive study of those 5 states at the time that had legalized same-sex marriage, and they found that it was not causing a problem. In fact, the divorce rate in those states were 20% lower than the average divorce rate in the country. Now, too, the people have decided, since the opponents vowed to unseat all the legislators that voted for civil unions, what has in fact happened is that the voters have consistently elected or re-elected people that have been in favor of civil unions. The only thing a delay in this vote will cause is that it will allow the Catholic Church to spend more money on TV ads with a homophobic agenda. Anyway, thank you very much. May the divinity of your choice bless and guide you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Gedge, and I am so nervous, but I've come to tell you, you have my written testimony. I'd like to add a couple of things. 35 years ago, when I began my relationship with Monica, who's over there, I never imagined that I would be here speaking in favor of marriage equality. And I never imagined that I would be here standing up for myself. In the 35 years that have transpired, I have experienced loss. I've lost both of my parents, and they'll never get to see me get married or experience the comfort that comes with knowing that legally I will become a first-class citizen with marriage. I've experienced losses of friends in the gay community, and as you can see, I've experienced a loss of my youth. I have conducted my life in a first-class manner. I'm tax-paying, I'm law-abiding, I am a contributor to the community, but legally, I'm a second-class citizen. So I would like to ask for your support of Senate Bill 1 so that I can legally become a first-class citizen.
Aloha. My name is Robert St. Ange. I have been a resident of the state of Hawaii and a registered voter for over 30 years. The point that I'd like to make today, I've heard a lot of testimony that we should put this to public vote, and frankly, that scares me. I personally am not a political person, although I have come to testify on this issue in the past years. I cannot recall how many times I have stepped into a voting booth to cast my ballot and been presented with bills and initiatives for which I was improperly educated about. I don't believe that enough voters would be properly educated to make this a general public decision. I thank you all for the time and effort that you are taking to educate yourself and listen and ponder all of the testimony that comes in today, because I know that you will make the right decision. It's time to pass this bill, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Amen.
Good afternoon. If this bill is passed into law, I feel that Hawaii will go down the same path as all the other states where same-sex marriage is legal. In the state of Massachusetts, people have been pressured to state their private opinion at work and then fired for saying that they believe in opposite-sex marriage. Private comments, which people have posted even on their Facebook and Twitter accounts, have been used against them and to prove that they are unfit to be managers and were fired. People who believe in same-sex marriage in these states are free to express their opinion, but people who believe in opposite-sex marriage do not have this freedom of speech. I do not want to see this happen to Hawaii. After same-sex marriage has been passed into law in Massachusetts, homosexual education at school is mandatory, so parents are not allowed to opt their children out of this education. Same-sex marriage is basically, in my opinion, an adult issue, but the people who stand to suffer the most is the children. Please don't take away the people's freedom of speech, religion, and parental rights. Please allow us to vote on this very important and controversial issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cicatello, and I'm here from Kauai. I'm here representing a voice of people that haven't come up very much, and that I'm the child of a transgendered parent. My parents have been married now for 44 years in a now same-sex marriage. They are fighting to keep their marriage legal. When they married, they said they committed in front of their family, friends, and their God to let no one rend asunder their wedding vows. And that means no one, even wherever in the United States. We have fought to stay legal in our family, and for all the people who say, how do the children turn out in this? I've turned out pretty darn well, and other children who come from families like mine, we've turned out pretty darn well too. So thank you so much. And Mike Gabbard, thank you so much for raising an excellent daughter who would co-sponsor the repeal of DOMA. Have a great day. Aloha.
Thank you.
That's good.
I didn't even know she did that. I didn't even know she did that.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair He.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Grace Alarcio. I strongly oppose the SB1 bill. I am asking you to allow the people in Hawaii to decide on the issue of marriage, as I believe the legislature is going against the will of the people. As a mother, I want to be able to teach my children and my grandchildren what God says marriage is, which is only between one man and one woman. I do and will continue to teach my children that same-gender marriage is wrong. If this bill should pass, I will lose that right. I do not want this bill passed. If this bill passes, the LGBT wants to put their educational books into our schools. Their books are very graphic in sexual context, as early as 3rd grade. Our children of Hawaii need to be protected from this. So I strongly oppose this bill. For the heavens declare his righteousness, and all the people see his glory. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dawn O'Brien. It's my first time doing something like this, and I'm a graduate of Harvard of the Pacific, Hilo High School, so give me a chance, la that. And in the richness of all it means, aloha. Mahalo, and aloha to all the fine people of Hawaii. First and foremost, truly my deep, sincere aloha and appreciation to you, the legislators, for all that you do for our island ohana and our state of Hawaii. And especially on a day like today, extra appreciation. Today I'm here with a special session, special request. Please allow we, the people, to vote on this issue. It is far too magnanimous to be done justice in an abbreviated 5 or 6 day session. And please do not vote on SB1. Just wait for HB 5, House Bill 5, and give we, the people, the chance and the right to vote. If this truly is an issue of inclusiveness and aloha, then simply include us, the aloha state, in the vote. No vote, and we not going grumble. God bless you no matter what the outcome. We're praying for you and appreciation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Farida Ward. Honorable Chair and members of the committee, I am opposed to this bill. This same-sex marriage bill has been hastily written for such an important, wide-ranging effect to our society. The people of Hawaii should be able to have a say and be able to vote for or against this bill. Living in a democratic society, every citizen should be allowed and given the opportunity to vote on a very important issue that will shift the way society thinks and its attitude toward the institution of marriage. Also, by giving a right to one group, this bill takes the right of our freedom of religion away from another group. The legislature should uphold the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, not blatantly disregard it by doing so create a great divide among us. Let us bring this issue during the regular legislative session where debate and thorough analysis can be made. It is crucial that voters be allowed to have their say. We are a democracy, so let's show by our actions that we are a free people who can vote their belief and conscience. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Hi, I'm Princess Didios, and I'm a senior in high school. Let me start off by asking, will we let our past mistake define who and where we are heading? What service does the Constitution hold when not all citizens are protected? In 1861 to 1865, African Americans were emancipated from being oppressed as properties due to their race. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment was made to enforce African American equality. Is this not similar to gay rights? Remember the 19th Amendment and what the National Women's Party fought for, women's right to equality. What is the difference between equality with women and gay rights? The sexual status should not determine who gets rights and who doesn't. Have we forgotten the 14th Amendment and its purpose? No state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. These gays are citizens of the United States, and the 14th Amendment and all the other amendments should protect their human rights. Now, others may argue against gay rights, but constitutionally speaking, denying people the right to marry is infringing their human rights, and it does not and will not change. All people deserve equality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha, Sloan, Clayton, Ihara, and Talofa to Keppert. Keppert, you my buddy. Okay, I'm here today because I'm a grandmother, a mother, 35 great-grand, 7 grand, 8 kids, and in my heart, I'm speaking from my heart. My grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, my children. What am I teaching to them? I teach them the right thing to do, stand on the truth. I know Keppert raised in a Christian life. Keppert, let's go. Let's go do this because I want to teach the kid the right thing, not the wrong thing. I'm standing on my God because God is the ruler of the world and He knows what we're supposed to do. In the name of Jesus, amen. Thank you. Goodbye.
Or we're kind of in the middle here.
Amen. She's with Gabbard.
She's with Gabbard.
Gabbard.
That's your ohana.
With Gabbard.
Gabbard's a star here. He sure is.
We like it that way. We want this to be the star.
Good afternoon, Chair, he, and members of the committee. My name is Glenn Shimabukuro. I'd like to give my testimony, which I have written in it. Please protect traditional marriage and centuries of Hawaii's culture and traditions by voting no on this marriage equality bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman He, Vice Chairman, and members of the Judiciary and Labor Committee. My name is Sandra Shimabukuro, a registered voter and a proud grandmother of 12. I want first to thank you for allowing me to testify today of my concern in opposition to SB 1. I also want to express my appreciation to all of you for all your service for us here in Hawaii. I believe SB 1 should not occur because a 5-day session is not enough to me to discuss the most controversial issue of our lifetime and beyond. There will not be enough time during these 5 days for the voice of the people to be heard. So a yes vote will be noted as a no vote to democracy. After much research on the effects of same-sex marriage in the state of Massachusetts and in Canada on the education systems, I believe our people will be negatively impacted as well. The godly legacy that was commissioned into the Constitution of Hawaii will be altered immeasurably by this harmful bill. Thus, I strongly recommend you vote against SB 1 until more time is given for further research and analysis. Thank you very much.
Senator He and members of the Committee of Judiciary and Labor. My name is Amy Bento, a first-generation Filipino-American, and I stand in strong opposition to Senate Bill 1. I've been married to my husband for 20 years and have 3 beautiful children. Like many first-generation children, I was taught the traditional values that are important to life: right and wrong, respect and dignity, marriage and family, service and love of neighbor. Values that I believe are ingrained in our human hearts, have passed through the generations, and have existed even before the U.S. and state constitution. Through the years, I've noticed the deterioration of traditional values and culture. I realized the deterioration began with significant events. For example, the period of enlightenment, with the idea that man is the source of all knowledge, the sexual revolution, the use of artificial birth control, and no-fault divorce. These events resulted in increase in sexual promiscuity, sexually transmitted diseases, depression, the rising cost of healthcare, and most especially broken families. They have catapulted our culture into a perpetual feel-good and me society, where doing what's right, personal responsibility and respect for the natural law of human existence are discarded and replaced with an attitude of selfishness and what is right for me. And many people wonder why. So many say, why is there so much violence in the world? Marriage is not right for everyone. Marriage, by the laws of nature, is between a man and a woman. It is a unique relationship, not equal with any other, that enables children to maintain their natural right and relationship to their mother and father. Therefore, I stand in strong opposition to Senate Bill 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman He and members of the committee. Thank you so much for your patience in hearing us all today. My name is Sarah Ortiz, and I'm standing before you in strong support of SB 1 and the testimony I've already submitted. I am a proud graduate of Hawaii Pacific University as valedictorian in 2010, and I was married a month later to the man I love, and I believe that everyone should have that right. It is not a question of biology, of religion, of politics. It's a question of human rights. And that's why we're here before you today, to urge you to support for SB 1 and stand on the right side of history. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have 5 more to go, and then we'll take a break for lunch.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair He and committee. My name is Patty Yasuhara. I'm a resident and a registered voter of Hawaii for 25 years now. And I've submitted my testimony, and it's very extensive, so I'm just going to share from my heart just a little bit today. Like you, I've heard all the testimonies today, and I'd just like to share that this bill is against our First Amendment and against our freedoms and conscious of rights. And as a mother, I'm concerned for our keiki and the generations to come under this bill. I also humbly ask you to make amendments to the civil unions for the Bill of Rights. And I also humbly ask you to please do not redefine marriage and reorganize society for 1/5 of 1% of the population here in Hawaii. I urge you to please vote no, or let us, we the people, vote here in Hawaii for SB 1. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senators. Excuse me. My name is Ken Yasuhara, a third-generation resident of Hawaii, and I stand in opposition to SB 1. Lost my voice. Democracy has been defined as a government in which decisions are voted upon by the public. Somehow it feels as if the democratic process is being circumvented here. Why the urgency to get this bill passed so quickly? Why the additional expenditure of taxpayer monies for a special session? If this truly is for tax benefit equity, as the governor stated when he called this special session, I believe that issue was answered this morning by the Attorney General. If it's a simple matter of being inconvenienced, a lot of us are inconvenienced by having to fly to California to go to Disneyland. A lot of us are inconvenienced by having to go to Vegas to whatever happens in Vegas. You know, I was told that I'd be wasting my time here testifying before you today because it was already a foregone conclusion that this bill would easily pass the Senate. I ask you to vote no on this bill and not let this out of committee, and let the people vote on this critical issue, thereby giving us a voice and possibly even ensuring that political careers remain intact and relatively unscathed.
Thank you very much.
My name is Ernie Hoa. I'm from the local chapter of Unification Church, pastor. I strongly oppose SB 1 on the grounds of spiritual principles, absolute universal principles that are shared by many religions, not just Christianity, but many of the major religious faiths, their ancient traditions. In spite of the recent trend of religious people to support this. I actually fellowship with those people. I'm happy to fellowship with those people. But on the issue of SB 1 and same-sex marriage, I'm strongly opposed. Again, dealing with the issue of sexuality. I think that's the main issue. Nothing wrong with 2 guys hanging out with each other, 2 women hanging out with each other. And ending in close, I say, I praise this day that we can be able to say for or against. We can talk freely. I fear the day that we are not able to speak freely. I cannot preach from my Bible or from my whatever, or my kids are, subjected to learn certain things that I'm opposed to. I fear that day. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Lacara, and I have submitted my written testimony. So I'm going to speak from my heart today. I'm going to share with you a story I haven't shared with many people. When I was younger, I fell in love with a beautiful young woman named Connie. We were together for many years and we planned to be married. But as that day drew near, I realized that I had to break her heart and mind. I realized I couldn't give her 100% of myself. And for my entire life, I have felt that pain. I can tell you now that carrying that pain is not a choice I would have made. Breaking Connie's heart is not a choice I would have made. Not having children is not a choice I would have made. But I healed, and my heart healed, and 12 years later, I met a wonderful man named David. We have been together almost 30 years this March. But we don't have a choice to be married. That choice has not been given to us. But you have a choice to make that a reality. It's hard for me to believe that I stand in front of a group of people who have the right to make that choice and my equal rights. So it is my hope and my dream that one day no human being will be forced to stand in front of another group of human beings and beg for their equal rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairman here and members of the Committee on Judiciary and Labor, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I am in opposition to Senate Bill 1. I appeal to you as a woman, wife of a man, mother and grandmother, to reconsider this rash action of passing a generation-changing law. If you pass this law, Hawaii will change. Change seems to be the goal of this administration, but what kind of changes are we looking at? In my testimony, I've included excerpts that concern me for the future. One is a case where a young boy, 10-year-old boy, was killed and sodomized. His name was Jeffrey Curley. This is in the 1990s. And I have an excerpt of his mother's just requests on this. I also included what many have alluded to in Massachusetts that has happened in the education system in my testimony. As an indigenous woman, I only see this as another way to bring genocide against my people. If this equality is forced upon our young in the education system, it will defile and bring confusion and destroy our genealogy. Okay, Hawaii has seen waves of invasions coming to her shores from the outside. We must not let another in. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify. Again, my name is Deborah Ritsuko Bear Barbour, and I reside in Kaneohe, Hawaii.
Thank you. This concludes the first portion of the public hearing. We'll take a 45-minute break, so we'll reconvene at 3:15 or so. It's just after 2:30. If you leave the auditorium, when you re-enter, we will need to go through that procedure of security with the metal detectors. You're welcome to stay, but I hope you recognize that if you leave, we will electronically do a surveillance upon re-entering. So we'll recess now until 3:15. Thank you all for being here today. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. A couple housekeeping announcements before we get started. The first is that I understand that there may be a band or other kinds of instruments on the rotunda, and watching the monitors there may be problematic. If that's the case, there are 2 additional monitors set up in conference room 224 and conference room 225 if the rotunda becomes a distraction. Secondly is a concern with regard to testimony. I want to thank everyone who has participated thus far. It's been, in my view, a relatively smooth procedure. I hope that we continue this. Generally speaking, during regular session, if there's a hearing at 10:30, people who are testifying are expected to be present at 10:30. We tried to leave the we left the testimony period, sign-up period, open for 3 hours up until 1:30. And although the Senate rules does not require oral testimony, I want you to know that the Committee on Judiciary and Labor appreciates you folks being here and is grateful that you folks would take the time out of your busy schedules to be here. We have 9 more groups that have indicated an interest to testify, and we intend to go through the groups as quickly as possible and ensure that all of you have that opportunity. So we are starting with group 6. So I would ask the gentleman to please proceed.
My name is Joe Spatola, and I'm in opposition to this bill for a lot of reasons, but primarily because you're lumping the religious organizations in with normal businesses. The religious organizations have a right to express their moral beliefs, and they should have the right to refuse to marry or sanction these homosexual weddings. Whether they make a profit or not should have nothing to do with. The churches and religious organizations are organized under different rules from businesses, and to lump them in together with the businesses and take away religious freedom is wrong. And that's one of the main reasons I oppose this bill. The other reasons are, number one, the session. There's no basis in law for the session to even be in existence. Number two, the homosexual community is not looking for equality. They're looking for dominance. They wear the colors of Hawaii. They use the rainbow of Hawaii and of God. They should not be using those symbols. Okay, I'll finish up with one more thing then. You all up there are supposed to be working for us, not for your special interest groups or for money or for any deals that you might make to pass your puny little bills. It's supposed to be a government of the people, for the people, and by the people, and none of you are living up to that.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Senator He, as well as members of the committee. Haven't they done a great job? Let's give a hand, actually, for them. They did a great job. They've been here. They've been working hard. Thank you so much. I'm here to oppose Senate Bill 1, and alongside my opposition, I have over 85 signatures from my church who have volunteered and individually asked me on their behalf to say that they're opposing Senate Bill 1 as well. Just some of the reasons why I say that is because there's been so much talk, and this really is a complex issue. And you really have to start to ask yourself, why are we rushing through this process so fast? And there are many issues that should be addressed in this general session rather than a special session. Religious freedom, parental rights, education, protection for individuals from their freedom of speech. in supporting gay marriage. In fact, we as residents of Hawaii, we donate blood. And if we support gay marriage, that will in fact actually affect how much and percent we give blood as well. Okay. So I just respectfully request you to consider this complex issue objectively and wisely and take this issue to general session rather than special session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator He, Chair He, and other honorable senators. My name is Patrick Rory. I've been a resident in Hawaii for over 25 years, and I have gay friends. I enjoy spending time with them, but I'm strongly opposed to SB 1, and I'm strongly urging you, every senator, every House member, to vote no to this bill, and there are a lot of reasons why. First of all, 1 minute per person, 5 or 6 days, that's not enough time to tackle this amazingly incredible, complex issue. Let's take it to a regular session, 60 days, to take a good hard look, get it right. But the best option would to put it on the ballot, let the people decide. Second of all, there have been 34 states in our country, and California should have been the 35th. 35 states have affirmed that marriage is only between a man and a woman. We as Hawaii residents should go with the overwhelming majority and not with the radical minority. Also, there have been some incredibly negative effects in Massachusetts and in Canada because of same-sex marriage. Okay, our keiki, there's a good chance that our keiki will be exposed, our curriculum in public schools will be changed, our keiki will be exposed to these radical books that promote the gay and lesbian lifestyle. If you vote no for anything else, just vote for the protect our keiki, vote no, and let's put this to a regular session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator He and members of the committee. I'm Elaine Funakoshi. I am opposed to SB 1. I'm like Jackie Young. I grew up during when the bombs fell upon Pearl Harbor. The difference was she was Chinese, I'm Japanese. Immediately we lost our rights. Some of us were interned and whatever. I'm here to tell you about how we as citizens of the United States abide by federal laws, citizens of the state abide by the rules, laws of Hawaii and the city ordinances. We of the Christian faith believe in God's kingdom laws, and we abide by those laws. And if you will just respect those laws and give us an opportunity to vote on this SB 1, we of the kingdom would appreciate it, because God is sovereign and He is holy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha and talofa. My name is Eli Kapia. I'm a senior pastor of Winter Missionary Church in Kaneohe. I'm in opposition of this bill for religious purposes, the impact on education, and the legislation of one's lifestyle and beliefs upon the people and culture of Hawaii. As a Hawaiian and people of Hawaii, we are entrusted with the responsibility of taking care of Hawaii, not other states. Hawaii is our home. We accept same-sex couples. Anyone who enters our home eat what we eat, drink what we drink. I don't deny the love that they share with one another. However, you never enter to someone's home in Hawaii and say, this is how you should live. Majority of those in proposition of this bill are, in proposing this bill, are not born and raised in Hawaii, and that matters. Therefore, we cannot allow this bill to become law. Don't let Hawaii become like the mainland. In 1840, the first Constitution of Hawaii under King Kamehameha III says that no law shall be enacted which is at variance with the word of the Lord Jehovah, or at variance with the general spirit of his word. All laws of the island shall be in consistency with the general spirit of God's law. King Kamehameha III was stillborn. My ancestor, Prophet Kapia, raised him from the dead, and it was he that coined our state motto, a life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness. We can keep our traditions and our core values while being relevant for today's and future generation on a national and global level. That's what makes Hawaii unique and special. So vote no to SB 1 and let the people of Hawaii, those born and raised here, vote. Mahalo.
Thank you.
God bless.
Chairman He, Vice Chair Shimabukuro, and committee members.
Thank you for the opportunity to give personal testimony in support of SB 1. I'm Dr. Ashley Maynard. I came of age here in Hawaii, and I serve as professor and chair of the Department of Psychology at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Today I will focus my remarks on what my profession has to contribute to this discussion. Happy to provide references from peer-reviewed journals, the standard of evidence in science. Here are several things we know. First, being gay is not a choice. Second, there is no evidence whatsoever that being gay is related to one's ability to engage in a stable partnership, including marriage. Third, there is no evidence that being gay is related to one's ability to parent. Fourth, decades of research point to the clear conclusion that a vast array of family types, including those built upon same-sex partnerships, contribute to stable and humane societies. The doomsday scenarios that have been presented are not based in reality, history, or evidence. There is evidence that treating people equally leads to stability in society. Lastly, though this bill doesn't mention education, as an educator, I wanted to comment on sex ed in schools. This is not a how-to course. It is a public health endeavor, and research shows that for a healthy society, it ought to represent everyone. Children in same-sex headed households deserve to be part of the conversation, as do LGBT kids. Let's include everyone. Please vote yes on SB 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Aloha, my name is Craig Lamb. I stand in opposition to SB 1, which, if made law, will do damage to the bona fide rights extended to me and the church I attend by the First Amendment of the Constitution, particularly the clause which prohibits the making of any law respecting establishment of religion or impeding the free exercise of religion. The non-exemption in this bill of owners or operators of any religious facility from the state's public accommodation statutes would place those owners or operators in the position of being compelled to solemnize marriages that are in direct conflict with particular church doctrine. Let not my beloved Hawaii be the first state to attempt to trample upon the constitutional rights of one group while granting what another group seeks through legalization. Please amend Senate Bill 1 to exempt religious facilities from public accommodation statutes in regard to the subject of this bill, or if not possible, within the time constraints of the special legislative session, postpone action on this far-reaching bill until the next regular session of the legislature to give time for due consideration of its impact on religious civil rights. Thank you for receiving my comments and for your dedicated service to the people of Hawaii.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Lola Kao from Kaneohe, and I do not support this special session and SB 1. Look around you and see how much of the community has come out here today to express our concerns. Why is it being rushed through in such a short time? Time should be given to discuss, debate, and learn more about this bill that will impact our entire society. Marriage between a man and a woman has been the pillar of not only Hawaii, but all of the world's societies for thousands of years, and you want to change it in just a few short days. I also am a retired public school teacher and am very concerned about the negative and detrimental impact it will have on our children in the public schools. The DOE is not prepared with definite guidelines, structure, and materials to be taught. Give us time. Give us time to discuss and to vote as a people on this very important issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator He and members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Carlson, and I'm grateful to you and to God for this opportunity to speak today. If marriage were simply a matter of two people entering into a lifelong domestic relationship for mutual personal benefit, then perhaps the gender of the partners would not make much of a difference. But there is one distinct difference between same-sex and opposite-sex relationships that has not been spoken of much today. The union between a man and a woman is the only one that has potential to create new life, to create children. It is for the children that I oppose this act. To pass this act denies the importance of children to society. It is for the children that marriage between a man and a woman must be afforded the highest rights, benefits, and protections that the government can bestow. I ask you to respect not only my personal belief, but the personal belief of every individual in these islands by putting this matter to a public vote. On behalf of the children, please oppose the Hawaii Marriage Equality Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My opposition to this bill is based in part on my spiritual beliefs. I acknowledge that there are those in Hawaii who do not share my religious beliefs, but I want you to know that I feel very strongly that this act is wrong in the eyes of God, and its passage would be a serious mistake. My family and I are all opposed to same-sex marriage. We believe that we are a nation under God, and as such, we will receive blessings as we obey His commandments. We believe marriage between a man and a woman is ordained of God, and that sexual activity should only occur between a man and a woman who are legally and lawfully married. Our opposition to this legislation does not reduce our regard for all people, including individuals with same-sex attraction. However, as residents of Hawaii, we ask that you do not legalize same-sex marriage in this state. This issue is bigger than the question of equal rights. If passed, this act would infringe on religious freedom and redefine marriage. I regard this bill as potentially the beginning of an eventual contravention of our basic First Amendment rights. If this legislation passes, we ask for stronger exemptions for religious clergy, religious institutions, religious facilities, and small businesses. I urge you to please consider our views and oppose this bill. Mahalo.
Thank you.
David Chun from McCully. There are 4 reasons why I oppose same-sex marriage. Hosanna, Victoria, Josiah, and Jeremiah, my 4 young children. 3 years after same-sex marriage was legalized in Massachusetts, federal judges ruled that Massachusetts schools actually had a duty to normalize homosexual relationships to children. For example, 2nd graders at a Massachusetts public school were read a book, King and King, about 2 men who marry with a picture of them kissing. Parents were told that the school had no obligation to notify them nor allow them to opt out. Before this happens here, I beg you to first stop and think about our keiki. At an age where their minds are so pliable, where they soak up words and ideas like a sponge, is that the kind of teaching that you want influencing your own child or grandchild? As we move toward a vote, I ask just one thing. Please remember Hosanna, Victoria, Josiah, and Jeremiah. Please remember our keiki, whom we are experimenting with if we redefine the basic institution of marriage in Hawaii. Please vote no on this bill. Mahalo ke akua.
Thank you. Before you begin, I am reminded by my terrific clerk. Group 7, you should begin to organize and be prepared to follow the Group 6. Please proceed.
Chair He, my neighbor, and committee. My name is Jeff Esmond. My youngest son turned 1 2 days ago. My older 2 children are 3 1/2, and they've asked if they can have birthday cake every night. If ever there was a couple that believed in family and wanted to have children, it was us. We went through 9 in vitro fertility attempts in order to give birth to our 3 children. That's not easy. Do you think we wanted children? We did. Families come in many forms. For my children, they've had both parents from the day they were born. Unfortunately, their parents, my civil union partner and myself, are not able to get married here in Hawaii. This is our family. Look at us. We represent what so many people here are afraid of, a loving family of 2 daddies and happy children. No one can look at our children and tell me they don't deserve the dignity of having their 2 parents be married in Hawaii. I hope I never have to explain to them that as a family, we are second-class children. This has been a 20-year discussion. It's time to move forward. And for my 3 children and all children, I stand here in support of SB1, and I ask that you do too.
Thank you.
I am Charles Hilo, and I support marriage equality
A week ago, I saw 2 sign waivers with the message, "Give the people a voice." And I was caught at the traffic light across from one of them, so I did something unexpected. I spoke my mind. Sir, no good change has come for any minority in history when the decision was left up to the people. Just then, to my surprise, a young woman passing by chimed in, saying, "Exactly." And as the light changed to green, I testified. My partner and I have been together for 17 years. We pay taxes just like you do. It's beyond religion and must end here as the last prejudice put down. Years ago, a famous comedian commented on the anti-gay fuss about equal marriage rights. She said, "If you do not want gay marriage, don't marry one." For my partner Frank and me who do want to marry, make it happen. You can do this. We can live this. We the people have a voice. We have a voice in you, our elected officials.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Enric Ortiz. May my testimony be put on the record. I'm a citizen, inhabitant of the state, and I'm opposed to the same-sex marriage. More so, I'm appalled that you, as the representatives of the people of this state, are not taking into mind your duty to make sure the laws are validated that you enact. That's why we have this case against Neil Abercrombie. And this shouldn't be happening because it presents an adverse effect to that case. But it's your duty to make sure that all laws are passed and it's valid, not done arbitrarily. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Clayton Cole, Senior Pastor of First Assembly of God. I stand before this body to speak out for the rights of the ones whose voices are not being heard in this debate, our children, who have the most to lose should same-sex marriage be legal. As lawmakers, it is your solemn duty to not just consider the rights of adult same-sex advocates, but also the rights of the children to be raised in a family with a father and a mother. Proponents would say of same-sex marriage would say all children need is love. But in fact, children need more than love. They need a father and a mother. Mothers and fathers simply aren't interchangeable. 2 women can both be good mothers, but neither can be a good father. Having a father and mother is a basic human right of every child. SB 1 not only denies children this right, it also goes against what we teach as is needed in traditional family values. I was one of the 70% who voted to amend the Constitution in 1998 to give our legislature power to reserve marriage between the opposite sex couples. So I really don't know why we are even debating this issue again unless the Constitution means nothing anymore. In closing, I get to closing. You of all people should know that there cannot be a just society with a Constitution that means nothing. The people already decided in 1998. Thank you.
My name is Wes Yamada. I go to church at Mountain View Community Church in Kaneohe. Thank you for, I've been noticing both sides. I've been hearing that they don't listen to us. And I feel for you guys because you do listen. I've also noticed the crowds outside, a lot smaller than HB 444. I am in opposition to same-sex marriage, but you've heard all the other stuff. I just want to say the process is what is getting me. Governor Abercrombie said that he's doing this to give more time, just one session without all the bills. How can you give more time to something important as this in only 5 days versus a regular session, which is less than 2 months away? And as he said, oh, we're doing this to rush because of federal benefits. They can get their federal benefits. But this morning, thank you, Speaker Chairman He, for bringing out that point that they are covered if they are married in another state that honors same-sex marriage. They have the federal benefits. So my point is, why are we doing this now? It needs more time, and it is evident that it's rushed through because even Senator Malama was unaware. And how many more representatives are unaware of that issue that was brought up that it's already covered? So is it a matter of rights, or is it a matter of pushing an agenda through? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Respected members of this committee, my name is Chuck Huxell. I speak in support of SB 1. I'm in a wonderful marriage with a wonderful woman. The loving relationship my wife and I enjoy is a precious source of happiness and security in our lives. We are committed to each other, and our commitment has been recognized and celebrated by our friends and family. Our commitment is also recognized by the civil law of the larger community surrounding and including us, and it is guarded by that law. So now I have to ask the question, why are the commitments of my gay and lesbian friends, who are also in loving relationships, not accorded the same recognition and security, the protection and the equal rights under law that my community grants to me and my life partner? I hear the opponents of SB 1 say that this bill granting equal rights to my friends, if passed and enacted into state law, would threaten our marriage. I believe not. On the contrary, the clear assurance of justice for all persons in committed and loving relationships will enhance the joy of our marriage. It will strengthen our ties to our larger community, and we will rejoice in the reality that our community is truly just to all of its members. I therefore hope you will pass SB 1 out of committee with the recommendation that it be passed by the Senate, and I'm hopeful that the bill will be passed by the legislature and that as it becomes law, thereby the right of marriage will be extended to all eligible citizens of Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Clayton He and members of the Judiciary Committee. Many of you know me. My name is Tambra Young. I have been advocating for this since 2009, the civil unions movement. And this truly is about families and children. My daughter, who was 9 at the time, did not testify during those hearings, but she is here today to represent the children who this is going to affect. Let me assure you that the effects on children, especially mine, will be positive. I can tell you all about the rights that we need and all of those things, but many have eloquently talked about that. So I'm here this time to talk about why it's important that children are allowed to learn about this. And if they're going to teach it in the schools, then that is what we need to do. We need to teach them about diversity, about acceptance, and about honoring all families and the makeup of every family. Okay.
Thank you, Tambra.
I'm going to just stand here.
Aloha, Chair He and members of the committee. My name is Shyla Young and I'm 13 years old. My parents are Tambra and Suzanne Young. My moms have been together for 32 years. They weren't granted the same benefits that are given to straight married couples. Our family has had to pay an extra $1,500 to the government this year. If you multiply that by the 4 years that I've been here fighting with my moms, that's $6,000. So what if their kids will have to learn and accept it in schools? Families like mine are already in our schools. How does our family's happiness and love affect those who are against us? By allowing my moms to be married in Hawaii, it will only give them what every other straight married couple has. Many of the people against marriage equality will say and believe that I will be weird, but they don't know that. They don't know me. I'm a member of the National Honor Society. I have a 4.0 GPA, and my first film was in the Hawaii Film International Festival. And so I ask you to support families like mine and to vote to pass marriage equality bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you a question, please? I may have missed it, but you referred to money that your parents being assessed that otherwise they would not be assessed. Can you explain that?
Well, with them not being able to be married, they have to pay an extra $1,500. But with allowing them to do this, they will be able to save $1,500 each year.
And that is for what purpose? And if you want your mother to answer, that'd be fine. It's up to you.
That was based on the pre-tax savings that was afforded that was not afforded to Suzanne in order to claim my medical coverage benefits. Yes, with the fall of DOMA, that is now affording us those rights because we did go to Massachusetts and get married. For us, we will. But for the past, what she's talking about also is the past years that we couldn't. We didn't get that. Currently, I think which wasn't clear is, yes, our families can go to another state. We can fly away and go and get married, and then come back home and receive some of the federal benefits that is going to be afforded us. But it's not all. And the big one, I think somebody also talked about, was Social Security. Those things wouldn't be afforded to us. This idea that we can just go to another state, what other couple, other couples have to do that? There is a burden. Many of us can't go fly away. Luckily, we were able to, but there's a lot of other families within the community that can't afford that, to do that. So there is a burden.
Tamri, is Social Security the big ticket item in your
I think currently that's one of those that hasn't been resolved yet. And I couldn't name off all of them, but that is a big one. And for those people who are of opposite sex couples that are married, I don't know if they realize how many of them can talk about every benefit that they received. Yeah, but I'm sure all of them understand that if one of them should die, that Social Security would help their families continue to live and survive. If Suzanne were to die, and Suzanne is the primary, stakeholder or money who supports us, if she were to die, we would be at a loss. Shyla would be at a loss. We would be at a loss to survive and do the things we need to support our families. That's why when we talk about it's about families and supporting families, those are the things we're looking about. We can, and I'm not the legal person or the taxation person who can talk about those individual things, but I can tell you that just on a level of family, this is what children see. Children see that their family is not being treated equally. That's what it's about. She gets this. We thought she got it back in 2009. We thought she understood that it was about the rights and benefits and protections, but it's not about that. It is about feeling that they are an important part of society and validating that as a family. When we were in Boston, that's when we realized that she realized we were not equal, that we were not equal, okay? So whether all the people that want to speak up for families, please let me tell you, we are the family. We are in your schools. She is in your children, with your children in schools, learning about all the things that maybe we wouldn't want her to learn about. But that's a part of growing, and that's a part of diversity, and that is a part of, learning about other people. It's not just about your belief. I respect your belief in your church to believe that it's between one man and one woman, but thank you.
Okay, Tamri, thank you.
Indulge a little bit.
Senator Ihara has a follow-up.
So are you saying that if you did not get married in Massachusetts, and if you were not married today, and if the bill was not passed, then you would have to pay $1,500 more this year?
We would have to, yes, that's estimated on pre-tax savings. Suzanne would have to pay $1,600 more. That's not to mention what her company has to pay more.
Right.
Okay,
right.
So there's a lot of things that aren't. But luckily, we are married. We are married in Massachusetts, and we went there. But for those that are not married, only hold a civil union, be clear that they are being affected.
Okay.
Financially.
Yeah. Okay. Senator Gabbard has a question. Talk to us, Tamri.
Okay.
Tamri, you mentioned about teaching kids in the schools
that it's perfectly fine. But one of the concerns that we've heard repeatedly here and in other venues is that people who pay taxpayer dollars to fund the public schools, they're concerned that they don't want their kids taught that homosexuality is normal. And yet when you legalize same-sex marriage, the state is coming in and saying, this is a good thing, it's on an equal basis as heterosexual marriage. So how do you respond to those folks who say, hey, I don't want my kid taught that?
Well,
they have a different set of values. I mean, I understand your set of values. Their values are different. How do you do that so that you respect their personally held religious and spiritual values?
Well, I would hope that what they would want their children to learn is to respect people. And if that takes our education system, takes them to make that happen in the best and appropriate way, then I would say that we have to do that. I am upset that teachers would stand here and actually promote the idea of discrimination. Are we not a society that has to thrive on tolerance? My daughter has to tolerate what she hears every day from people about her family. And I'm not saying that, that you should have to hear what we have to say, but I'm sure at the time of the passage of the civil rights movement, many people would have opted out their children learning about civil rights and what that whole movement was about. So we need to move forward. This is not a bill about how we give one class of people more than the other class of people. This is about moving our society forward. The Constitution is a living, growing, breathing document that our forefathers put together that to this day is our obligation to move forward and to strengthen and to build and to give, not to hold back, not to discriminate, not to destroy, not because of fear and any of that. We are not taking any rights away from anyone else that you cannot gain. Yes, you love your neighbors, but some of your neighbors.
Talk to
yes,
us,
you
Tamri.
believe they want to do this, but
Tamri,
they shouldn't get
talk to
everyone.
us. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much, and thank you to your daughter. Yeah, thank you. Okay, next. Group 7. Thank you.
Chair He and Judiciary Committee, thanks for letting me share. I'm Ron Arnold, pastor of Kaimoki Christian Church, and I'm in opposition to this bill. So much has been said. I'll just say a few things. I, too, believe that we ought to be teaching respect and tolerance, but we shouldn't be redefining marriage. Those are two different things. I think it was brilliant of the folks promoting this to tie equality to this. It's not really about equality. We're equal under the law, but when you redefine marriage, you take a culture in a whole different direction. Certainly than I think our founding fathers and mothers had in mind. It'd be inconceivable of them to consider this. There are peoples in our culture that can't marry, and for good reason. Cousins, first cousins, what have you. And we could make the same advocate same proposition, same proposal, same argument for equality there. I urge you to, just for the keiki, for the children and grandchildren, the coming generations, to stand opposed to this bill.
Okay, thank you. May I ask you a question? Would you concede that when blacks were allowed to marry whites, that marriage was redefined?
There's an interracial component to that. This is a different statement in the sense I've heard many African Americans testify that they have no choice as to their race. We're talking about a behavioral issue that can be taught in the public schools. For me personally, I think that we should teach reading, writing, and arithmetic until our SAT scores get a little bit higher. Why are we trying to do social engineering in our schools?
I'm not sure what. I thought I asked you a yes/no question.
I think they're apples and oranges is my answer.
So that means then that when the U.S. Supreme Court decided in Loving v. Virginia that, as far as you're concerned, marriage was not redefined. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because we believe and have historically believed that marriage is between one man and one woman. When there were interracial marriages, those were between one man and one woman. This is a totally different tack. And I believe the ramifications, the consequences, I'm not sure have really been thought through by many folks that are in the Senate. I say with all due respect. The Massachusetts resistance folks, they have 10 years of history and statistics that they've set forth, and wow, in every sector of their society, there are devastating consequences.
And let me follow up then, since we are engaged in a conversation on interracial marriage at this point. Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, Earl Warren, said in the opinion that, by the way, was unanimous, that marriage is one of the basic civil rights of man, fundamental to our very existence and survival. To deny this fundamental freedom on so unsupportable a basis as the racial classifications embodied in these statutes, classifications so directly subversive to the principle of equality at the heart of the 14th Amendment, is surely to deprive all the state citizens of liberty without due process of law. The 14th Amendment requires that the freedom of choice to marry not be restricted by invidious racial discrimination. Under our Constitution, the freedom to marry or not marry a person of another race resides with the individual and cannot be infringed by the state. How do you reconcile then with what you've said with people of the same gender, given the statement of the United States Supreme Court?
Senator He, when they referenced marriage in that decision that was unanimously agreed upon, do you think that the reference was to one man and one woman in their minds?
The basis of the case was a black woman who married a white man.
So we're talking a woman and a man. That's what they understood, right?
Yes.
That's what they were talking about.
Yes, and I am asking you, based on the conclusion of the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, how do you reconcile the interracial marriage with the same gender issue before us today, given the fact that you have concluded, if I understand you correctly, that these issues are apples and oranges?
Quite easily, because when they made that decision, they were saying that there is equality interracially for a man and a woman to marry, as had been historically the case. They had no reference to same-sex unions, and that's why they're apples and oranges.
How then do you, we've agreed that we were going to restrain ourselves, and it's been a terrific day up to this point.
And I appreciate it, Senator He. I'm not trying to argue with you.
No, and I'm not. I want you to know that I appreciate your responses, because this is the debate that people have suggested is being denied.
I think it's fallacious.
So let me then follow up with a question. That if you believe that Chief Justice Earl Warren was talking about a man and a woman, and the reconciliation cannot be done, how then do you conclude with the unanimous decision of the United States Supreme Court in June of this year, which found that the Defense of Marriage Act of Section 3 unconstitutional because of the fact that it denied same-gender married couples in states a separate classification from opposite gender married couples?
I don't deny that many in our culture have changed their opinions, that opinions have evolved in those areas, but I hope you can appreciate that many of us who've stood on traditional grounds that have been there for centuries, thousands of years, haven't changed our opinion on those things. The governor said that that he has not evolved on this issue, but the issue has evolved. And yet a year ago, he told a group of us that he believed that marriage was for one man and one woman. Just shortly after that, he came out for civil unions, and now he's for gay marriage. And I say, I don't understand that kind of rationale. That seems like he's evolving on the issue, not the issue evolving, as it has. But some of us have stood on traditional ground, and I think, here's one thing I will say.
I would appreciate if you would respond to the question.
I attempted to. Was I close?
It wasn't about the governor's views and the evolution that he's, or epiphany that he has
I think it's relevant, though, Senator.
Let me ask you. I'm trying to stick to a yes/no kind of dialogue with you.
Very good.
Do you believe that in the Loving case, the Supreme Court of the United States was in error? Yes or no? Do you believe that the United States Supreme Court ruling on the Defense of Marriage Act was in error? Yes or no? And maybe we can keep it like that.
Could you repeat the first one about the Loving Act? I'd like to hear that one again, please. Your first question there?
Well, based on the discussion, and I'm not sure if we should continue the discussion, but based on the discussion we've had heretofore, I asked you about the Loving case, and I recited to you verbatim.
See, I'm not an attorney.
Wait, you got to let me finish.
Okay.
And I don't. You're not an attorney, and neither am I, and that's a good thing. Okay. So
I'm not apologizing for that.
Yeah. Okay. And neither am I.
Okay.
Okay. So we at least have found common ground. Okay. I simply asked you how you reconcile what you said with the remarks of Chief Justice Earl Warren in the case Loving v. Virginia, which at its heart was about the redefinition of marriage from white people to a black woman and a white man. Right. And it had to do with an appeal before the Federal Appeals Court, which said, God made people of different colors on different continents specifically to keep people separate and apart. The Supreme Court overruled the Federal Court of Appeals. And that's what the Chief Judge of the Federal Court of Appeals said. So I'm asking you, based on what I read to you, how you reconcile the redefinition of marriage in the Warren remarks and the remarks of the United States Supreme Court in June of 2013, which concluded that same-gender married couples were at a different basis from heterosexual married couples, that there was a two-tier system in the United States.
Senator He, I think we can agree that that court in the civil rights era understood marriage was between a man and a woman. That's what they understood. How do I reconcile that with the new Supreme Court decision? I think they have to reconcile their changing understanding and imposing that on the people, as you folks would have to. It's a different thing. It's going in a totally different direction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is John D'Amato. I represent the plaintiffs in Jackson v. Abercrombie, and I'm here to testify in support of SB 1. This morning, a member of this committee asked, why are we changing Hawaii law if same-sex couples can go to some other state, get married, come back here, and enjoy all the federal benefits of marriage? I can give you a reason for that, and her name is Kenna Jackson Clyde. She was born on March 19th of this year to my clients. She doesn't know it yet, but she's a second-class citizen under Hawaii law. She's a second-class citizen because her parents' marriage isn't really a marriage. Her family isn't really a family because her household is one of those consigned to that netherworld of civil unions. While she doesn't know these things yet, she'll learn about them as soon as she starts school. If you're a parent, you know how hard it is to console a child who's been shamed because some distinction has been drawn against them. Unless Hawaii law changes, that will happen to Kenna as it happened to that young woman who testified earlier today. When you vote on SB 1, I ask you to think of Kenna, think of that young woman, and make their lives better. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I've been here since this morning, and I don't see that equal rights is the issue at hand today. What I do see is a group of citizens wanting federal benefits. My name is Gail Crabb, and I've been a happily married woman for 35 years. I'm a mother and a grandmother, and I represent the children of Hawaii by asking you, how is this bill, if passed, going to serve Hawaii's children by teaching marriage can be boy-boy or girl-girl? Or are we going to teach that life is sacred and can only be created by a unity of a man and a woman, and so is marriage? In Canada, parents have lost their rights, for all government schools must teach homosexual behavior to 6-year-olds. Hawaii's families have rights that need your protection. It's in your hands. I plead with you to please vote no for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I am Ella Camacho, and in simplicity, I testify that the Bible is the Word of God, the creator of this earth. I know in math 1 + 1 = 2. I know in procreation 1 + 1 will give us a multiple of 1. And I believe those things. I know that in the same-sex gender, that it'll give us a 0, the death of the human factor. I know the Bible to be true, and I know that this book that each one of you have placed your hand upon to uphold, if it's not done, then we bring a mockery unto God and to this earth. However, I know that his doctrine and his principle will go forth unscathed from time until when it comes again. Thank you.
Okay. Next. Hi, Dante.
Hello, my chair, members of the Senate committee. My name is Dante Carpenter. I'm the chairman of the Democratic Party of Hawaii, comprised of some 60,000 members, more or less. I speak in strong support of SB 1 relating to equal rights. Democratic Party of Hawaii has long supported the cause of equality for our brothers and sisters of the LGBT community, first in pursuit of civil unions and now for marriage equality. At our state convention 2012, the collective delegation, including representatives from every district on every island, voted to reaffirm that support by passing a resolution support for marriage equality, whose action items read as follows. Be it resolved that the Democratic Party of Hawaii finds the current state statute defining marriage as solely the union between one man and one woman to be unfair and inconsistent with our fundamental belief that all citizens are entitled to be treated equally under the law. And be it further resolved that the Democratic Party of Hawaii calls upon our Hawaii legislators to pass legislation to ensure that all families are treated equally under the law as required by the Constitution of the State of Hawaii, including but not limited to equal access to marriage licenses. The Democratic Party believes that this is the defining civil rights issue of our time. We support it 100%, and we support SB 1 relating to equal rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dante.
Aloha, Chair He and Vice Chair Shimabukuro and committee members. I am speaking here today in my own capacity. My name is Kaleo Gagne. I am a Christian gay man and also a concerned citizen. I was married May 24th, 2008 to my husband Greg Feast under the eyes of my church, which is Church of the Crossroads. We are a married man. I have heard from the opposition to SB 1 that the LGBT community is continually seeking the acceptance. I'm here telling you today as a gay man, I am not looking for your acceptance. What I am looking for is to be treated equally under the United States Constitution. My husband, Greg, and I refuse to have a civil union because it is discriminatory. The Civil Union Bill allows heterosexual couples to receive either a marriage or a civil union, but I am not given that choice. I deserve more than that because I am a tax-paying citizen in the United States. I deserve to be treated with dignity and respect and with loving kindness. Please pass SB 1 so that I can be treated equally and fairly under the U.S. Constitution. My husband, Greg, and I should not have to leave the state of Hawaii to be able to get married and leave my home where I've been here for 15 years. Mahalo.
Thank you very much.
Aloha.
Aloha.
I'm Tracy Bennett in strong support of this bill. And I would like to suggest that nobody here has a traditional marriage. Nobody. But if your parents arranged your marriage, then you have a traditional marriage. If they accepted or received, if they paid or received a dowry, then you have traditional marriage. If you're a woman and your husband can beat you with a stick that's no bigger than his thumb, you have a traditional marriage. If you're a woman and you cannot divorce, you have a traditional marriage. If you are of the same race and religion as your spouse, you probably have a traditional marriage. If your bloodline is pure, that would be a traditional marriage. If you and your spouse are of the same religion, maybe you have a traditional marriage. But if you married for love, that's not traditional. So fortunately, times have changed, marriage has changed, and this is one more time that marriage should change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mahalo, Senator He and committee members. I'm thankful that I have the opportunity to speak on my behalf and on my behalf of my husband and my 3 daughters. My name is Sharon Martin, and I stand in opposition to SB 1. My family and I stand in truth of God's word and his definition of marriage between one man and one woman. As a mother of 3 beautiful and impressionable daughters, I am alarmed and disturbed by the ramifications of the passage of this bill on my children and our educational system. I can look to Massachusetts, where this has gone on for 10 years, and I have information here with regard to 2 families, the Parkers and the Worthlands, that had filed federal civil lawsuits to force the schools to notify parents and allow them to opt their elementary school children when homosexual-related subjects were taught. The federal judge dismissed the case. The appeals judge later upheld the first judge rulings that because same-sex marriage is legal in Massachusetts, the school actually had a duty to normalize homosexual relationships to children, and schools had no obligation to notify parents or let them opt out their children. This is very disturbing to me. I understand that this bill is about marriage equality, but to let this go and pass, the ramifications of it are so destructive. I cannot imagine my daughters being taught these things, and I have no right to say that and opt them out of this. I'm being denied my rights. My children are being denied their rights as well. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Senator He and the committee. Thank you very much for your listening ear today. My name is Joanne Wazinski. I'm a resident of Hawaii, a registered voter. I've been voting for a lot of years, and I take that vote very seriously. And more serious than that, the Word of God says to pray for those in authority over us. No matter who gets in, that's my responsibility, and I take that serious. The bottom line here is God's unconditional love for each one of us, and that's the example I try to follow today. I do oppose same-sex marriage. I have been married for 40 years, a widow, and I just say thank you today. And I really ask you to really consider your decision. Thank you, and God bless you, and thank you for all that you've done for our state. God bless.
Thank you. Can I ask you a question, please? Thank you for your testimony. We've heard a lot of testimony in line with the genre of your comments. And I've been wondering this, and I thought, well, I want to ask this of someone who is well-spoken, kind, and considerate. So it's within that context that I want to ask you this question. And I don't want to offend you when I ask this question. So I want to be clear about that. We have received, I should speak for myself, I have received comments and testimony from Christians who disagree with your position, who have invoked their God. This would include Calvinists, Episcopalians, Methodists, and people of the Buddhist faith as well. How is it in your mind that legislators are to evaluate or reconcile Christians for whom they testify on the word of their God, but whose words are diametrically opposite of each other's words? Can you help us in that regard?
Can I answer from my heart? I don't know if I can answer that correctly, but not even as a Christian. In my personal life, when I was married, my husband was one of 9 kids. 2 of them made the choice to be gay. And in that day, that wasn't even a thing to be talked about, but my mother-in-law trusted me more than anyone to tell me that issue. And the bottom line still is not about my religion, about unconditional love, whether it's God's love or whosoever love. So I don't know how to really correctly answer your question.
Thank you. That's an answer. And your answer is similar to my answer. So thank you very much.
God bless you.
Aloha, Senator He.
Aloha.
Committee, mahalo nui loa. My name is Tracy Ann Kapua Hau. I'm from the island of Molokai. I'm a mother of 4, a grandmother of 5. And I came here today because this is an important issue. I took time off of work to come here because we're talking about the lives of our children. Whether they have gay parents or straight parents, we're talking about our kids. As a Christian, I stand here, and I'm not here today to blast you. I'm here to bless you and to pray for you and to just say, I pray you search your hearts and that you make the right decisions. As a Christian, and according to God's word, we all know what that is. And so I just ask you to seriously search your hearts and to allow the people to have a say. As a Hawaiian, I stand here and just say, there's people on Molokai, on the island of Hawaii, on the island of Maui, on the island of Kauai that are not able to be here today to voice their opinions. And it will not be fair to this state to not let everyone have a say. And I pray that you will go by what we say. Ua mau kea o ka aina I ka pono, aloha, mahalo. We say all those words, but what does it really mean in the heart of a Hawaiian? You can move here and you can come here and you can say, I'm a Hawaiian, but do you have the koko? It's not about that. As far as I'm concerned, God's blood runs through my veins. So I'm just saying, please allow the people of Hawaii to have a say. And God bless you for all that you do. And thank you.
Thank you very much. I am reminded by my first-class staff that I should ask for Group 8, sorry. That's not my staff's fault. That's my fault. Group 8 should begin to assemble. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman He.
Good afternoon.
My name is Lee Yarborough. I'm an attorney and CPA, and I've testified in front of this body on many occasions as to the details of civil unions bills, of the reciprocal beneficiary laws, and as well as the present bill before you. You have a detailed written testimony from me dealing with the minutia of the bill. It's 2 pages. If you can find it in your apparently 3,900 pages of testimony, you can read the detail. I've analyzed the governor's drafts 1 and 2. I've looked at the Senate Bill 1 before us. I feel that the religious exemption is properly dealt with and will provide the appropriate protections for the churches. I think that I've defined in my testimony, my written testimony, the rights and benefits that will be denied the people of Hawaii by not passing this bill at this point. And I know there was a lot of confusion generated this morning. I have served on many committees and spoken to many people since June 28th, and I will tell you there's a lot of confusion. There are 3 rights and benefits to be afforded married couples who are married in another place. 3 out of 1,200 plus in the United States. That is immigration, taxation, and military spouse benefits. Those are the only 3 out of 1,200 plus rights that are currently afforded someone who goes to another state. Social Security is not to be afforded to people who are married and come back to Hawaii. In the similar, veterans benefits are not to be afforded. So I know there was some confusion this morning, but people are saying this, you can go to another state and you can get married. And
you have a question? Okay, Senator Ihara. Thank you, Mr. Yarborough.
Can you provide that in writing? So you have an expertise in this area, and you may know more than some of our state attorneys. And if you could outline the statutes maybe that do apply, and those that don't apply, to the extent that you have that information.
Well, as I said, Senator Ihara, in my written testimony that I've already provided, I'll speak to the 1,200 rights and benefits, but specifically taxation and immigration rights and military spousal benefits are the only 3 out of 1,200 plus rights that are being afforded. So our civil unions partners in Hawaii, first of all, get none of those rights and privileges. A civil union by law is not marriage. If they go to another state and get marriage, Hawaii recognizes it, and come back to Hawaii, Hawaii recognizes that as a civil union. But only those 3 federal rights and benefits are currently afforded. I mean, I don't know, I can provide that in writing, but basically it's really easy. It's 3 rights out of 1,200 plus.
We'll have to find your testimony in the several thousand that we have.
I'm happy to
if you could email it, that'll be easier.
I'll have to send it to each of the members of the committee. There's detail there about the bill, the religious exemption, and the rights and benefits to be afforded. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mr. Yarborough? Thank you very much.
My name is...
Yeah, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. My name is Joanne Adams. Thank you, Chair He and Vice Chair Miley Shimabukuro. I think it's very important to focus on the issue at hand, which is the change to the requirements for granting a marriage license. That's what's at issue here. We are changing the definition of who can get a marriage license. There's been a lot of testimony about how that's going to change the nature of marriage. That would be up to the churches and to the believers, whether they feel that it changes their version or their definition of holy matrimony. We know that there are, as already been mentioned, there are faiths that already would love to be able to marry all of their congregants, and the way the law stands now, that is not possible. I am an attorney that focuses on estate planning, so that I know in the Windsor case, that was about estate tax, and if a person had gotten married in Canada like the Windsors did and had come back to Hawaii rather than to New York, they would have had to pay the $356,000 in federal estate tax, even with the decision for the Defense of Marriage Act, because the Defense of Marriage Act says it's up to the state's definition of marriage, and currently we do not allow marriage, we don't recognize same-sex marriages here. I'm done with that if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Hi, my name is Sue Felix, and Vice Chair and Senators, I stand in opposition of this bill. Hawaii and Hawaii's Supreme Court and the United States Supreme Court have both declared that same-sex couples do not have a civil right to marry. Excuse me. So, rejecting Senate Bill 1 would not be a matter of unjust discrimination. Marriage is between one man and one woman. The government rightly discriminates against sibling marriage, parent-child marriages. It has been the norm since antiquity that opposite gender couples marry. Gender does matter. It is the norm. This bill promotes a new lifestyle that will be taught to our children as morally right. We do not want our children to be taught that homosexual behaviors are okay in marriage. We do not want them to be taught against their parents' values, against their parents' authority, that this kind of marriage is okay. This bill, the very word liability, tells us demonstrates to us the coercive intent of this legislation. I ask you to vote no and to allow the people of Hawaii to vote on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senators. Thank you for letting us be here. The State Attorney General this morning testified that the bill has been carefully, quote, carefully written to protect the rights of religious organizations. My understanding of our U.S. Constitution that it was written to protect our individual citizen rights, not necessarily organizations. Our First Amendment right is to protect the free exercise of religion of individual citizens, not organizations. I don't know if you're aware of this, but around our nation, people are being forced to embrace homosexuality and same-sex marriage. Their free exercise of religion, living by their convictions, is being attacked. For instance, in August, in New Mexico, the Supreme Court ruled that this photographer, Elaine Huguenin, must choose between her convictions and operating her business. She said she could not take photographs of a same-sex commitment ceremony because of her convictions. Now she's being told she has to stop her business. In Oregon, the labor commissioner has said, he's told the press that the goal is to rehabilitate bakers Aaron and Melissa Klein, who refused to do cakes for same-sex marriage weddings, citing their Christian faith. It's very dangerous when a government organization says it needs to rehabilitate citizens, that they even have the right and the responsibility to rehabilitate citizens of their own religious convictions. California parents are being forced, their schools are forced to have homosexual curriculum, and they're not allowed to opt out. Recently, okay, I'm asking you to oppose this bill. It's going against the fiber of our Constitution, and it's going against the rights of citizens. We're being attacked as citizens, and you need to address this.
Okay.
Please.
Senator Gabbard has a question for you.
Yes, thank you.
Could you just send a copy of your testimony as well? What is your name again, please?
Lisa Polis.
Thank you, Lisa.
And actually, I have copies of articles from the Huffington Post and from Citizen Magazine and a lot of different ones, conservative and liberal, that this is going on our nation. Senators, you need to be aware.
If you could include the links, that would be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. We need to educate our citizenry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dan Gluck. I stand on my written testimony in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.